mic or something that you can hear your voice, or you just...
Basically, I'm just recording off the laptop mic because that's just gonna catch everything.
You have to clap.
But the quality, it won't be as good with this setup, but hopefully
hopefully it's good enough.
Yeah, hopefully it's good enough. So first things first, there's no auto-tune, nothing on this one. So it's probably a good idea to put that on. Currently, all the vocals, they're on track 3, as we usually do it. So we'll start by getting some auto-tune going. And you need to, so you have the beat, right? And the beat, it's in a specific key.
You have to find a key, an auto key.
I actually I don't think my auto key is working properly right now. But I did write it down, wandering beat, G sharp minor, so...
Auto key sometimes doesn't work, you know?
Yeah, it's not 100% accurate. You should really just figure out or remember what the beat was and then do it that way. But if you can't, then auto key is like your next best thing. But here we go, G minor. So now everything, your voice is going to be in tune. And the main thing about auto-tune is the retune speed. The smaller the retune speed, the more auto-tune you're going to hear. That it was a little confusing for me as a beginner. Like the smaller the number, the more there is. But that's what the retune speed is about. For the input type, this is just the different type of vocals you can have. For us, I'll just slap that on low male, and that's going to be good. It doesn't do too much, but it slightly changes how the tuning algorithm works on your voice. But for us, we want low male. Humanize, like, I don't know, like, it's supposed to make your voice sound more natural, but
does it?
Sometimes I feel like it does, sometimes I feel like it doesn't. Like, I'm not sure if it actually does too much, but you can experiment with it sometimes. Like, if your voice is too robotic or whatever, try slamming the humanize up and see how that goes. But usually most of the time I just leave it. What else do we have? I mean, that's the main thing, the retune speed. The tracking, you don't have to worry about that too much. The keys here, you don't have to worry about all of that too much. So that's step 1. Getting auto-tune. Let's see what this is sounding like.
Show it without and with auto-tune.
True. So this is without auto-tune. With auto-tune.
Everything done, it was all for you. Miss it all, I'm shining. Listen up, I'ma tell you how to find. Missing this time, listen on me. I'm so
oh, that's the...
Yeah, that's just the mumbling part.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see girls, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
I think you hear something drop in the background.
All by myself, she wants to see girls, I don't kiss and tell.
No way.
There's more takes.
Yeah,
though.
I took better.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see girls, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Okay, so that's the vocals in the right key. Now, okay, let me just rename this to keep this nice and neat. We'll go Toni main So when it comes to vocals, usually the main thing I like to do is I try clean up the vocal, and then from there I'll put on whatever effects I want. And to start cleaning up the vocals, the first thing we're gonna need is a compressor. And a compressor, what it does is it controls like the highs and the lows of the volume in your recording. So you know how sometimes you're recording, you're really quiet, but then other times you get really loud.
Yeah.
What a compressor is gonna help you to do is like balance out the lows and highs.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do.
That's
right
actually
here.
good because I do that a lot.
This is the plugin I like to use. It's called the Renaissance plugin. You can use any compressor plugin. It's all the same. You got the threshold, the gain, blah blah blah, and it's the same thing with whatever tuning plugin you go with. You can go with whatever one, the retune speed or whatever similar in that plugin is. It's all really going to be the same. So now with this compressor here, we're just gonna let it play.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us.
And we're gonna bring the threshold down.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us. I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said.
Usually I kind of just look at the bar, and when it's around 3 dBs, this little 3 here, that's when I kind of that's where I leave it.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us. I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
And you can kind of see it as well when your vocals are going.
I've been
The little orange bar,
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
and it's like the line here. That's where you're snipping the highs and trying to balance everything together.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us. I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
And then the gain knob here, sometimes when you put the compressor on, it will make everything overall a lot louder. So if you turn the gain down, that's gonna help with that.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
And for the attack, I literally just put it on however low it will go. This is like a really simple and aggressive type of compression, because basically we're saying like as soon as you hear the vocal be loud, like instantly bring it back down. Some people, they don't like that. Some people, they want the vocal to be pulled down like over a little bit of time. But for like our style type of stuff, like I just throw the attack all the way down. And yeah, that's pretty much it for compression. Like back in the day, when I was trying to mix, like I would literally just put like 100 plugins, like 100 compressors, doing like a different thing, and like all these different plugins. Yeah, too much. But now like I like to just keep it simple. Cool, I need to control the vocal levels, so I'm gonna get one compressor, put that on, and that's that. So far we've put the vocals in the right tune.
Step 1, auto tune, find key. Step 2, clean the beat with the compressor.
So step 1 would be get your beat ready and find out what key the melody was in. And then step 2, set your BPM of your vocal project to match whatever the beat is. So the beat is 142 BPM. So you got to put that in the project that you're recording vocals in, to make sure that you're like, it's just going to be easier to snap onto the timings of the hook, the verse, or whatever, because you've set the project to be in the same tempo. And then From there, record your vocals or whatever you're trying to do, and then set it to a new channel, and then then you can start on the plugins, tune your vocals, control the dynamics of the vocal with the compressor, and then now
I have one question. You see the master there?
Yeah.
What do you put in the master? Nothing. So insert number 1 has the beat. Insert number 3 has the vocals. Insert number 2 has adlibs, I guess. What goes in the master? Because I always put the beat in the master.
Okay, so the master. So okay, first we will go to the regular ones here, right? These regular inserts from 1 all the way up until the hundreds or whatever. These ones you can send individual vocal tracks or whatever you want to them. So we usually put the beat number 1, but you can put the beat number 12, like if you wanted, and that's just to organize things better. So these ones, these inserts from 1 till whatever, they're optional. You don't have to use them. But the master, this one takes all the sounds in your project and outputs it to this one, which is why it doesn't have a number.
Okay.
And that's why it's called the master, because that's the master channel where you hear everything in the beat.
Okay, I'm bugging now. I definitely shouldn't.
Yeah, you really don't wanna be putting stuff in master unless you want it to affect everything. Everything in the beat. So as long as you stick to the numbered inserts, you will be fine. And for this we got the beat in number 1, but we could put that anywhere. It doesn't really matter. And you could do the same with the rest of them, but to keep it nice and neat, you would obviously put things in 1, 2, 3, 4 in a logical order. So I can put those back, and you'll be able to see that I'm pressing shift and scroll when you watch it back, because it's all there.
I was gonna say that as well.
That was like that. Okay, something like that. So now, and I don't always do it in this order, like tuning first, then compressor, then EQ, but you're gonna have to do these things anyway, and sometimes you might be really excited to see how it might sound tuned, so you go straight for the auto tune. But then other times you might want to fix the vocal dynamics first. So it kind of depends, but I'll just show it in this order.
I always go straight to auto tune.
Yeah, because that's the fun one, isn't it? Like, you want to hear what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly.
Next, what are we going to add? We're going to add go EQ. Let's do an EQ. We'll add an equalizer onto this.
Is this still part of step 2?
Nah, we're step 3. We're on a new step now. So for the EQ, this is just to try and clean up the sound, because when we record here, when you go to a studio, right, you're in the vocal booth. There's no reverb or random noises in the background you have to worry about. But when we record here, we're going to be picking up a lot of sounds that we don't really want at all.
It's crazy what you can actually do to clear up your vocals.
Yeah, cleaning up the vocals is really most of the job before you go crazy.
And this would be on insert 3 because you want it on your vocals, yeah.
Yeah, all of this so far, it's on insert 3, and I've called it Toni main, which is just short for main vocals. And right now we're only working on the main vocals.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So
that's crazy. I just heard that the first time, and that when I say get out of my head, I say it way louder. But the compressor compressed everything and kept it all to a nice level. That's good.
Yeah.
I just heard that nice. So
there you go. And like sometimes if it's a more emotional song, you might want to keep more of that range in there. But for most of the time, you don't really want it in there. But it's good. It's good you're hearing it work. Yeah. And now, so if I play this,
alone, baby.
That's all the frequencies we can hear, or that are being picked up in the recording from the microphone. And basically, this area down here, this is what you call the low end, and that's where like the bass lives. And this is for like any sound. Like this is just mixing basics right now. Like any sound, it has a frequency. That's what your ears hear. And then within different ranges of the frequency, you've got your bass, you've got your midtones, and then your highs. And in your voice right now, like let's say I take off pretty much all the lows, this is what your voice is going to sound like. She wants to see You've only got the high end left.
Yeah.
But if we did the opposite, right, and took out all the highs, this is what your voice is going to sound like.
Okay,
and that's the same for any sound. Like, you know, in 808, the bass that we use, if you look at its frequency, most of the work is in the low end, as it should be, because that's where the base of stuff lives.
It's funny, you can call that two different, like, when you put it on highs, it's like you're on a phone call.
Exactly.
And then when you put it on the lows, it's like you're under the water.
Exactly. And there's some presets here. There's a phone effect where it sounds like this. This is a default one. So if you go, okay, let me pretend that
you had to pick all these, right?
These come with it. So
okay.
Yeah, if you go to the top here, first open up Pro Filter, and then in this little, on this button here, I think it's going to say default for you. Yeah, default settings. It's going to look like this. But then if you click default setting, there are some effects there you can explore and have a look at and see what they do. The one we were just on is called phone. And it gives you like a nice filter there to play with.
For the adlibs.
Yeah, for the adlibs. And if I go back to default settings, what we want to do, there's quite a bit of low frequencies. I mean, even when we just play it, you see these frequencies here. These frequencies here, we don't want. And if we look at
real quick, Louis, like when the music plays, you might not be able to hear your voice too much on the recording
on OBS.
So speak when the music isn't playing.
Okay, I'll try it.
Just for them, innit?
Yeah. I'm not sure how bad it's gonna be. So yeah, you see at the bottom, at the very bottom, this is extra, right? But if you want to see the numbers, like usually anything under like 200, I would consider that bass, and that's going to be this bottom area. And for your vocal right now, we kind of just want to get rid of that. This yellow line, you double click it to make a new point, and you kind of just want to get rid of most of the lows. And if you hover above the little circle and then you do scroll up or down, you can change how aggressively you're cutting those frequencies. I wouldn't go too aggressive, maybe something like this.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see her.
You can hear it way clearer, okay?
Instead of like
hearing everything, you hear the part that you want to hear. Okay.
Yeah, and what we just took out, those lows, it's usually just like rumbling and like noises like that, and yeah, we don't want that. If you want a quicker way to clean up your vocal, I believe that
Does it do it automatically?
There's a preset.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
If you go vocal, so click on the drop down, and then the one at the bottom, vocal. This is a kind of good preset for basic cleanup. It takes out some of the highs, and it boosts the high frequency slightly, because in vocals, what really matters is like the mids and the highs. If you have a good setup, it's good to push the highs, because there's a bit of sparkle on the highs of vocals. But if your setup isn't as good, if you push the highs, you might be making stuff like static noises louder and stuff like that. But this should be fine, this vocal preset.
I've been alone, baby, who by my side?
And sometimes what I like to do on this preset here is I get the point that controls how much we're cutting off the bass, and I bring it slightly more up, so that it's taking out even more of the bass frequencies.
I've been alone.
But some people, they don't like that, because if you keep going up and up and up and up and up and up, obviously you're going to start taking out bits of the vocal you want. But I like to have like ultra clean and sanitized vocals.
Damn.
So yeah, I can be quite aggressive in trying to clean stuff. And that's the EQ.
I've been alone, baby, who by...
So this is EQ off.
I've been alone, baby, who by myself?
And then this is EQ on.
I've been alone, baby, who by myself? She wants to...
Just sounds slightly more clean. Yeah. So...
Mr. Clean.
With the ball hair. So now, what is next? What I usually do, so we've controlled the loudness.
We should have recorded us as well. This would have been good, like 2, but still.
Yeah, that camera's bugging. I need to get like a new dummy battery, because this one is kind of cheap. We've EQ'd.
Step 3 is done.
I mean, this is like kind of the core of what makes a good, or what makes a clean vocal. Like, we've controlled the volume, we've tuned the vocals, and we've cleaned up the frequency a bit. Like, this is kind of, at a bare minimum, this is what you want to do. From here, you can start putting on effects and start getting more creative. But we had to get like the foundation correct before we start going crazy. But when I mix, I like to mix with headphones,
so you can hear it clearly.
Yeah, so I can hear clear what's going on. We can skip to adding some reverb.
This is what I like. The reverb.
Yeah, the purely fun stuff. So this next phase, this is the effects, and what I'd usually do for that. So to start off, right, this whole time we've been in insert number 3, and that insert has our vocals going into it, and we've now put our effects on that insert. But what we're gonna do now is there's this thing where you can make the noise in one insert go into another insert. So when I click on an insert, you see it's highlighted, right? It has the purple. And if you look below, you see how each one of these inserts, let me make this bigger, each one of these inserts at the bottom, it has this little arrow, and that you see the little wire that goes out, and this wire, you see it come back into the master channel, because again, at the end of the day, all the inserts, they come back to the master channel, and that's literally with any insert, any empty insert here. So you have an individual insert, and there's a wire that comes out and it's connected into the master insert here. And what you can do is you can get any insert you want and plug it into any other insert you want. And basically what this is going to do is, if I just play,
I've been alone, baby.
I can select this insert, and then I can go to any other insert, right? And at the bottom, you see I can highlight this little arrow. And what that's going to do is it's going to connect, it's going to take the output from insert 3, let's say, and then I can put that into insert 12. So
I've been alone, baby.
I can send the audio from one insert to another insert.
With all the effects and everything you've done to it.
Yes, with all the effects that you put onto it. So whatever is made as the output of this insert, you can take that out into a different one.
I've been alone.
Which is what we've done here. And on this insert, you can now do the same thing again, where you get another effect, whatever effect you want. We can pick a really bait one right now, like this. This.
Why do you do this? So there's not too much on one insert. Is that why?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a little bit.
I'm jumping.
But if I now go to, I can rename this to make this clearer, and then we can do like blue, accept, and then do aux, AUX, and auxiliary send. This is the technical name for what we're doing here. We have a aux into a different insert, and we picked some random 112, which is now this purple one. So on this new insert, if I put some crazy effect, right, and I hit play, then you can see, right, we now have the first insert that we had, and that's using its effects. But now on this new insert, we have different effects. So now, like, we have like 2 copies of your vocals, and they're doing different things. That's but crazy. They all get sent back again to the master. And the reason you're gonna want to do this is because, so like, when I first started recording, right, what I would do is I would try and do as much as I possibly could on one insert. So I'll try put as many effects. I would have all my cleaning up effects like we've done here. Yeah. Then I'll put on all my effects, my reverb, my delay, all of this. And what this does, it's not bad. Like, if you're in a pinch, like, that's gonna work. But as you get more and more creative, and you're like, you want your reverb to sound like this exactly, or your delay to do this at a specific time, you then need to start making copies of your vocals and having them on different inserts. So we can have one copy of the vocals, of these main vocals, going into this insert here, and we can make that the reverb, and then we can have another one here that's delay. We can have another one here that's like a crazy vocal or whatever. We can have another one here that's a filter. And you wouldn't be able to do all of this in one insert. One, because you only have 10 slots, 10 effects you can put on. And 2, because
it just gets messy.
Yeah. And in certain instances, if you put all your effects on one, all those effects are also working on each other.
Yeah, they're clashing.
And that might mess up your reverb or your delay or something. So if you isolate all your effects and you make sense for them, it just helps to manage like whatever effects you have going on. So if I reset this, make it the default, and then if you want to remove a send you've made, then you click on whatever the main insert was, and then you'll be able to see all the wires coming off it. Like, you know, you could go crazy and start linking it into all these different ones, and then if you hit play, it would obviously be crazy. But if you want to remove one, you can just look at the wire and then press the little arrow above it, and then that's going to get rid of it. And then it might be good to know that if you had effects here, like I just had this random one, and I put the vocal in here, if I take the vocal, if I remove the original insert from this new one by removing the wire, that effect, it still stays there. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, if you put effects on that you like but you want to use it for something different, you can do that. So yeah, we're gonna start with, I mean, what do you want to start with, the reverb or delay?
Is reverb the Valhalla one?
I use Valhalla for both of them.
Okay. I'd just say let's start with reverb because you did say reverb.
Okay, cool. So
It's going crazy, bro.
what's going crazy? Oh.
Another supply zone was messed up. Anyway, let's continue.
So for reverb, we're gonna start by making a copy of the vocals. So we're gonna go on track 3 right here and send that to insert 4 right next to it. Press on that button, we got the wire. So now track 3, it's going back into the master, and it's also coming, that output is getting sent to insert 4 here. I'm just going to turn the copy of the vocals down.
I've been alone, baby, who by my side?
But now you see we've got 2 copies of your vocal. Before, we only had 1. And now what we're going to do to keep everything nice and organized is we're going to rename this to reverb. You can also change the colors. I only have colors really for the beat, the vocal, the main vocal, and the main adlibs. I don't usually put colors on the little effects, but we can do that here. On the reverb, we could go green. And to rename something, you just click on an insert, and then it's the top one. You can do rename. And also what's cool in the FL Studio menus, if you just highlight an insert, right? And then you click on your mouse to bring up the menu. Like if you look really closely at all of these, you see that there's little dots under some of the letters, right? So for the top one here, you see the R is underlined, and that just means that if you press R on your keyboard with the menu up, you'll instantly go to whatever that option is.
It just shows you a quicker way to.
Yeah, it's a quicker shortcut to click an option if you want to use it. And going back to the reverb, now we've got 2 copies of the vocal.
I've been alone, baby, who?
And to add the reverb, we're gonna go to this new, we're gonna go click on the new insert we made, number 4 here, and we're gonna find the reverb plugin, whatever reverb plugin you want to use. I usually just use Valhalla Vintage Verb. Actually, I can't lie, recently I've been using this one here, Space Rider. this one here. This is kind of this is a plugin that has a chorus, a delay, and a reverb in it. I usually just turn off the chorus, the delay, and I only keep the reverb. So now, if we hit play, we hear that there's now this insert 4. It now has reverb on it. I usually like to turn the decay up a bit. And the filter here, like sometimes in plugins, you see how we had the EQ earlier on, where we were playing with the frequency of the sound. We have like a mini EQ in here, but only for the highs and lows. And usually with the reverb, I try to get rid of some of the highs. So if you turn this knob up here, this is effectively gonna be like a EQ if I bring one up. And we made like one of these types of shapes, and we just cut off the high end. So the more we turn up the knob, the more the reverb sound. We're only gonna keep the highs. And it's like the same thing with the reverb and the vocals. You don't want rumbling noises and stuff like that being made from the reverb coming back out into the output, because it just makes everything sound muddy, and you don't want that. And that's what the filter, this bottom filter knob does. And then the top one, it just does the opposite. So you take out the highs instead and keep the lows. I mean, and sometimes, again, like depending on what you're going for, you might want that, but for like my default style of vocals, I actually like to keep more the highs and chop out a bit more the lows.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say.
Something else that I like to do is the width here. The width is kind of just how much room you have in the reverb. So like right now, in your room, when we talk, there's a bit of a reverb. But like imagine you were in a cave and you crazy. It'll be crazy. And that's what the width is, just increasing the space of the reverb. Sometimes I like to do that. Sometimes I don't. In this example, we'll just keep it like.
I've been alone, baby.
Keep it the same.
I've been alone, baby.
So that's one reverb plugin.
Alright, yeah.
You got a question?
Yeah, so as soon as you went on, you used both Space Rider and Vintage. Okay.
I'll do an example with the Valhalla here, because this is the one you have as well. I'll go more in depth, because you're going to be seeing this one quite a lot. And yeah, kind of like literally all plugins. We could be using any plugin right now, but these are the ones we've chosen. Because at the end of the day, we need to pick a plugin to use. But all of these concepts that keep popping up again, like the highs and the lows, the decay, the width, like all of this stuff, this is
what you've done already on the EQ.
Not really at this stage, but it's more so that you shouldn't worry too much about what plugin you're using, as long as it has the options you're looking for. Like that's the important thing. And we did already put an EQ on the main vocals, and I guess I should say that when you're putting effects on from slots 1 to 10, whatever is in the lowest number slot, that's getting applied first. So we put the compressor on first, and then that goes into slot 2, and then on slot 2 we put the auto-tune on, and then that gets sent to slot 3, and that's where we put the EQ on. And your effects, they compile in this order. So that's important to know. If you're trying to, like certain creative things, you're gonna have to put your effects in a certain order for it to sound how it should. It doesn't matter too much, but that's something to keep in mind. So if I remove this plugin, like let's say you got a really basic setup. After this EQ gets put on, so track slot 3, that's the output of everything of coming out of this one, insert 3. So if I put another effect in here, like a random one, because this one, it's now the one on the end, that's all these effects are going to be the output of this insert.
Oh, okay.
And again, with the wire, when you send stuff to a different insert with this wire here, now all of these going into this insert here, all of these effects are being applied, and that just makes a copy, and you can start to add new effects. When we add the delay and stuff, you'll see more of like the organizational advantage of having it this way. But right now on the reverb for Valhalla Vintage Verb, we already did EQing stuff earlier, but at this stage of the process, this EQ stuff is now going to be applied on the new effects we've put on.
Okay.
So as you go along, you go along, and you place some effects on top of each other, you might have to get the same effect again to clean up again, because you've added more as you've gone along. So starting off with the mix, you're always going to want this at 100%. This is kind of just how much of the effect you're going to hear. Like if it's on 0, if the mix is on 0, then there's no reverb. If the mix is on 100%, then you hear the reverb. If the mix is on 50%, then you're going to hear a mix of the audio that's coming into the plugin and some of the output from the plugin itself. So sometimes you might want to lessen the mix if you don't want it to be too bait. But in this instance, we've made this new insert just for reverb, so we want the mix on 100%. And that's really with all effects. Like you're gonna see the mix again in like other plugins, and you pretty much always want it on 100%. Next we have the pre-delay. This is kind of how long until the reverb effect is applied. The default here is calm. Usually I like a shorter pre-delay. Like let's just use 12 or something. And it's like you get used to the settings and stuff that we can basically set in all our settings. So this is how it sounds now.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said.
But now we can literally just go through all of these knobs without hearing anything, and you can kind of just imagine how the sound is going to sound like. And since I'm explaining while doing it, I'll just go through all the knobs I would change, and when I play it again, try remember what it sounded like just now. The decay, this is just how long the reverb is going to last. So if your decay is on 0.2 seconds,
it'll only kind of echo for that long.
Yeah, it's only going to echo for that long. But if you turn it up like 70 seconds, that's crazy. Yeah, that's
like you're in a choir.
yeah. And when you reach above like 8 seconds, like you're only really going to be working in this range here. Anything above, you're just going to hear feedback, and it's actually just going to be a mess of noise. I usually just like to, for the main vocal, I like to go 3 4 seconds, somewhere there. Like old me, I used to go like under 2 seconds, and that's kind of a little more tricky. But these days, I'm like 3 to 4 seconds. Usually people, they go like 4 to 6 seconds, but yeah, you can play around with it as long as you're within like 2 to 5. That you can play around with it and see what you like. But for this, we're just gonna put it on like 3. I don't know. Yeah, 3.7. This damping box, you actually don't need to worry too much about it. The only one you need to worry about is this one here, bass multiplier. What that means is for the low end, or for whatever sound is coming into the reverb, you can control how much reverb is being applied to the low end. So if you have the bass multiplier on 4, you're going to be applying a lot more reverb to the low end bass frequencies, and if you have it on 0.25, you're going to be applying way less reverb onto the bass frequencies. So going off like everything that we've been doing before, you don't want you pretty much never want bass in your vocals for whatever reason, because bass isn't something that defines vocals. So you don't want bass in your vocals under any circumstances, really. So I turn the bass multiplier all the way down, so we're not putting reverb, as much reverb on lower frequencies. For the size, for this shape window here, the size. And if you're unsure of a knob, the good thing about Valhalla is it says what it does in the bottom corner. It gives you a little hint. So the size sets the relative room size of the reverb. This is what we were saying earlier, where right now there's not much reverb, but if you were in a cave and the size of the room was bigger, then there'll be more of an echo effect. And that's what the size does. A smaller size is going to sound like you're more in a room. The larger the size, the more you're in a cave. And sometimes if you want to get trippy, then the room one is so that it can be.
I feel like you can mess around with this way more with adlibs, but with the main vocal you want it clear, so you don't want to do too much.
You don't want to do too much, so you want to keep it at like a default, like stuff at default settings. But then literally when you get to the
I'm jumping again.
the adlibs and stuff like that, that's where like you can just go crazy with all of these buttons. But on size, I keep it for the main vocal. I'll go like 70 to 80%, and basically this is because your main vocal, you don't actually want it to be as wide as possible all the time. You still want some room so you can hear the reverb, but you don't want it to sound like so crazy that you're in a cave. When you get to your adlibs, that's where I would make the size bigger, so you have more of the effect going on. But on the main vocal, I don't do the big, like a huge cave type of scenario. And it's like when you're mixing your main vocal, you're just adding stuff to give the vocals a bit of life and a bit of character. And then when you get to effects, that's when it gets crazy. Because on the main vocal, you don't want to just have like the straight up recording of the mic going into the song, because that just sounds
messy,
juvenile. But at the same time, you don't want to go crazy like cutting it up and putting all different effects on it, because then you're not giving yourself enough room for the adlibs where you actually want more of that creativity. The main vocals, they're just like the base of like the story, I guess, and the adlibs are the pops of colors and stuff like that. So on the main vocal, like you don't want to be watching a movie and the plot's changing like every second or something.
That's a good way to put it. Good analogy.
Yeah, you want the base of the story to be followable, but like visually, the story can be interesting. Like I don't know. I'm not a professional, but
you're gonna think he is after he's finished.
I hope so. And then so that's the size. Attack. This, let's see, it controls the initial attack of the reverb delay, longer attack percentage, longer attack time. Can be used to. So this is kind of how soon the delay effect, the reverb effect is applied. Kind of similar to the pre-delay. You can just leave that on 50. The diff here, I usually don't even mess with these buttons. The mod, I don't mess with these buttons either. The EQ. So now we've just set all of our settings. And the EQ in this plugin, I think it's one of the last ones applied. This might be in order of like how they get applied. The EQ here, we want to keep the highs, and again we want to get rid of the lows. Usually somewhere, let's have a look at an EQ, because if you look at the frequencies here, you got at the very low end you have 20 hertz. So this is kind of the speed of the sound. I mean, like, you know, when you buy like a subwoofer and like you put your hand on the speaker, like you can really feel
The bass.
the movements of the sound.
Yeah.
That's because the frequency is really low. So the lower the frequency, the more it's gonna wobble, kind of. But then the higher the frequency, the more like. So like lower frequencies, they're more loose, but then the higher frequencies, they're more tight. So when you hear someone scream, for example, it's like it's very tingy, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was about to scream, but that's not good. But basically, right at the very low, we got 20 hertz, less movement, more wobble, and then at the very high end, we've got 20k hertz. So we went from 20 hertz, 2 digits, all the way up to 20k hertz, and that's kind of showing you the range that frequencies can be in. And bass, it's usually from like 20 hertz and below. That's usually what you can consider bass. So if I close that, and then I come back into the low cut here, this hertz, this is basically like how much of those low frequencies, from like what point and below, we're going to cut out some of those frequencies again. And for bass, you want somewhere from 200 below, but again, like, I'm quite aggressive with how much of the lows I cut out, so maybe I'm going to push that a little more to like 350. And those are the main knobs. These little options at the bottom here, we have the mode. By default it's concert hall, and it just kind of plays around with like the perceived space you're in. So there's like chambers, rooms, halls, there's more here, cathedrals, chambers, dungeons, bro. There's
What
different.
do you keep it at concert halls?
Like
Just the
the default. The default.
You could mess around with it when you get to adlibs. You could do something crazy, like depending on what. I don't know how different these modes are.
They're a little different. They kind of set like the flavor of the reverb, but what we've done with like the knobs and stuff, that's where most of the effect is gonna come from. And then the color here, so the color, this kind of tries to, like, you know how like time moves on, we get new technology, blah blah blah, and it's like a reverb plugin or thing. I don't know what they used to do back in the day. Like, the quality coming out of that reverb, it wouldn't have been like 100%. Like, it would have been crystal clear. But as time goes on and the technology improves, the output of like the plugins becomes cleaner and cleaner. And basically with the color thing here, right now it's on 1970s, and it's going to
I get what you mean.
try and emulate an older style of reverb,
Which is cool.
Yeah, which can be cool, and it does that by introducing like certain artifacts into your reverb output. Right now it's on 1970s. I usually go 1980s because the further back you go, the more lo-fi the sound is gonna be, kind of. So I don't really like going too far back and it sounds crusty, rusty, like something like that. I usually just leave it on 1980s these days. Not too long ago, I used to go now, and this is basically like crystal clear on the reverb.
You can kind of mess around with the colors and see which one you prefer, to be honest.
Exactly. You can mess around with this.
I think I'd say it's a 1980s because it's like,
you got a bit of character.
Yeah.
It's not too sanitized.
Vintage, but not too.
At work, we were doing some work on like sanitizing. Like, it's a term, like sanitizing URLs.
Yeah, I like
so,
the term.
Like, people can't mess around with certain stuff with our website, and it's like since then, yeah, I've been using the word sanitized to describe something ultra clean.
No bacteria.
No. No bacteria. Ultra clean. And that's basically the reverb send that we've made here. We put our reverb effect. Oh, now we can hit play and see what it sounds like. We might have to change some stuff.
Hearing your voice, so get out of my head.
Nice. Yeah, okay. Is this on 1980s? Did that change it that much? Because I did remember how it sounded before.
That wasn't necessarily the 1980s thing. That was more the buttons.
Just everything we've done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
like,
when you had it, like when you first said, remember how this is gonna sound before I do everything, it sounded way like crazier. But now it's like sanitized.
More clean.
More clean.
Yeah, more refined.
But with echo, yeah, it's nice. Damn.
But
There's a lot that goes into reverb.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you could do, and like right now when you're listening back, like let's say you're like, oh, the decay is too long.
Nah, man, I'd leave everything. That sounded perfect.
If you turn this down,
I've been alone, baby.
it would sound like you're more in a very confined room, but you could turn it up. This is gonna sound crazy.
Yeah.
I've been alone, baby. All by myself. She wants to see her.
You could turn it up as well.
It was the echoes started from the beginning and ended here, bro.
It built up.
Gonna be crazy.
But I think it was like 3.7.
3.72.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I need to be sanitized.
Yeah.
Keep it sanitized.
When I was learning to mix proper, like I had everything right on the second.
Yeah, exactly, right.
And stuff like that.
That's how you start off, but then obviously after a while,
you can just hear it, like
you
you just like turn it onto whatever you want.
Anyone watching this video was definitely putting it to like
3.72. The magic number. And then usually after all the effects, I put on an effect. I normally put another EQ on, just to make sure that we're getting rid of getting rid of the lows. Because this is the thing, right? This plugin right here, FabFilter Pro Q, this is a standalone EQ. Like this whole plugin, its job is to literally just EQ. But you see on the Reverb plugin,
it's got it there, but it's not.
It's got it there, but it's not like a full-on EQing solution. So, and sometimes, right, plugins, they tell you that you're EQing the lows or the highs, but then you put an EQ on and you see that you still have some lows in there. Now that might happen anyway, but with what we've done to set up the reverb, we really don't want any low frequencies, so we're gonna go in again with an EQ just to check. So this one's quite good. We're only really dropping to 50 hertz, but like I'm paranoid. I'm gonna
still more cleaning to do, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna put just I mean, I say just a bit, but this is extra. Like something like that. And we're just gonna leave that there for now. And that's the reverb done. Next up, we can do
Phase 3.
Yeah, next phase. We've done the reverb. Now we're on to delay. So same setup. We're gonna just rename this new insert. Call it delay. And we're gonna make another copy of the main vocals. So we're gonna click on the insert that has the main vocals, and we're then going to hover above the insert we want it to go into, press the arrow. Now we have a new wire. So right now I'm gonna mute the reverb because we don't need to listen to it right now. So right now we're kind of back where we were at the start of the reverb, where we just have 2 copies of your voice.
I've got one more question.
Yeah, go on.
Now you've done all of this for one part of the vocal, so one recording. Is there ways to, like, now that you have it all set up like this, basically like copy a different vocal? Because there's like there's 2 takes of this that I do. And one of them goes higher, which is I think a little lower. If you actually want to take it, but can you copy that vocal and just add all the effects that you've done to this to that?
Yeah. So
can show how to do that later, and just to know that you don't have to do this all over again to another.
Yeah.
That might be a stupid question, but
no, it's good. So in the project that you're in, right? For any insert, we only ever want one vocal to be in there. Like we don't want to link multiple vocals into the same insert, because the effects are going to start clashing into each other. So let's say you got the high pitched version that you did. You can click on the insert 3 that has our basic cleanup plugins. You can right click, and then in the options menu you can go to file, and then in the file menu, if you see this option here, the second one, save mix or track state as, the shortcut is also Control-Shift-S, but I usually just go through the menu for this one. So you hover above this option, you click it, and you keep holding your mouse, right? Now you see the animation where we're kind of holding a copy.
you're holding a copy of what you've done to insert 1.
Insert 3. The one we just copied.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
And then now, if you hover above any one of these inserts, let's say 17, that pastes the effects and everything that you did for this insert here. And this is also a good time to mention that you see we sent copies of this insert to other inserts. That information doesn't get copied over, so we just have a copy of the vocal effects, and it's not set to send that to other inserts that we have in the past. So you just get the data for the insert that you copied, not
the original one. not the two extra effects.
Yeah,
that you did
not the
for
copies,
reverb.
not the copies. And then from here, you would find whatever one had the high pitched vocals, and instead of going track 3 like we've been doing, you can then do track 17, I think.
Okay. And you'll have everything.
And then if you hit play, turn it on. Hit play. It's now all going there.
Okay.
And then from here, you could make other effects and send it into that if you wanted or whatever. Or you could change up what's here, like, yeah, whatever you're feeling.
Okay.
But back to this
I've been
one.
alone, baby, all by myself.
So for the delay, let's turn it on.
I've been alone.
Right now it's just 2 copies of your vocal. We're gonna go ahead, get Valhalla delay. This is one that you have as well, and we're gonna do the same thing, right? I'm just gonna hit play. You're gonna hear what it sounds like. Remember that, and then we're gonna hit play right at the end when I've explained what each of the knobs does. So right now it sounds like this.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So we hear there is a delay going on, but we want to change it up. So we're going to start again in the mix knob. Now when you open up Valhalla delay, the mix is going to be at 50%, and we don't want this. Unlike in the reverb,
That's 100.
it's already 100 by default, which is what we want. So in the delay, you have to remember that you got to turn the mix all the way up to 100%. And again, this is just controls the balance of the input signal with the delay. And what that basically means is that what percentage of the original sound are you hearing versus what percentage of this new sound from the delay are you hearing. And when it comes to all the effects, again, we always want the mix to be 100%. We don't want to hear any of the original sound. So mix on 100%. Style, this kind of controls how the sound is going to be delayed. Right now on single, so if you imagine you have speakers right now, not speakers, headphones. You have basically the left speaker here in your left ear, the right speaker in your right ear. Right now with the style, what single means is that if you imagine like the sound coming into your ears, right, and this is the left, this is the right, on single it's kind of going to sound mono, like the sound is going to sound like, the delay is going to sound like it's in the middle. And these modes, most of the modes, they kind of have a similar thing where the sound is going to sound like it's quite consistent in the same place. But when I put on delay, I like to use this ping pong style, and what that means is the delay is going to bounce from left to right and back again.
Okay, I get this now, and I really like this because in all your songs, you can hear you on the right side of your head or the left side of your head, and I'm like, yo, this sounds crazy. Like, yeah, I say ping pong is way better than single because it makes it more fun, especially wearing headphones.
Exactly.
You can hear it.
Exactly.
You can hear the music everywhere instead of just in a straight single line. Both ears, you're hearing both voices. Like ping pong bounces. Yeah, it's nice. Is I know exactly what you mean. Okay, so that's what makes that. Yeah,
the ping pong style, and obviously the name ping pong, it makes a lot of sense because it's bouncing back and forth. Yeah, that's what that does. And the next box, this one, where we see delay L, delay R, left and right. Again, going off the headphone thing, this is like your left ear, this is your right ear. And right now, the delay, it's set at 300 milliseconds, and this just means from the point the original sound starts, the delay is going to start 300 milliseconds after. But keeping up with the delay time like this, it's harder to find, you know, the correct timing things are supposed to be at. So instead of setting the delay by time, milliseconds, you can you can hover above this, the option here, this drop down where it says MSEC. You can go to note, and what that's gonna do is it's kind of like, remember, like where at the very start of the process we got the beat in and we set the BPM to match the beat. This is kind of what note does. So instead of having to worry about the timings of stuff, the timings of the delay, when you put it on note, you just sync the delay up to whatever the BPM of your project is. So instead of, we now have this notation here, like 1/16 of a note, or 1/2 of a note, or a quarter note, you know, like regular music stuff. Whereas here, this right one, I left it on the millisecond right at the time, and on this one you'd have to set the exact time that you want. But here you don't, on the note setting, you don't have to do that. You can just go on regular note music theory, and it's gonna be in time, obviously, because it's synced up to the tempo of your beat. And this is just another thing of why setting the tempo is important, making sure it matches, because not only is it gonna help you clearly see what 8 bars is in the playlist, but plugins can also use that information, like here, where you can set the note times of the effect. So that's what that does. And usually, so the smaller the note, right, the shorter the delay, because you're not giving it as much time. You're not really giving it much time at all, and the smaller the note, the faster the delay. But then if you put it on some top heavy fraction like that, let's just go at one note, this is going to be a much slower delay. Usually for the main vocal, I'll go a quarter note, 1/4, and we can just copy that over to the right ear as well, because we want similar timings. And then again with the ping pong style, it's going to go for one quarter note, it's going to go to the left. For the other quarter note, it's going to go to the right, and then it's going to go back to the left, and then it's going to go back to the right, and then it's going to go back to the left. And this is what the main thing you need to worry about in this little box here. Next up, we have the feedback box. This is a similar thing to the reverb. If you turn the feedback all the way up, you're going to get more of... You're going to get more of the effect. And you see there, we were at 200%. Once you go past 100%, I don't quite know how to explain it, but it's like time goes in the other direction, and you start, instead of just applying delay to the sound you have, you're also introducing like new sounds. So like if I turn it all the way up to 200, like we're not playing anything, but you see the delay is really freaking aggressive, and I don't even know how it works when you get past 100, but yeah. For the feedback, for the delay, I usually, so on the reverb we were like 80%, 70 to 80%. That's a good percentage for like a default reverb. For delay, I usually go around 30, like low 20s, at most 40s. Somewhere in that range. Because of the delay, you're going to hear it working quite a lot, so you can relax on it for the main vocal. The width, it's a similar thing to the reverb. Yeah, a wider width, there's going to be more perceived space when you hear the delay. For the main vocal, I usually make it smaller, more narrow. Go 50. I'm trying to go for like psychological numbers, like round numbers, but it's quite sensitive, like on the 44, like 44.4%. Oh, actually, no, that was a good one. Okay, yeah. We'll just go with 44.4%. And then the color, I never really touched this. The age knob. It's kind of like, color is like, it's like, you're gonna see this a lot in plugins and stuff like that, like color, era, time, you know, these things that try add character to sound. But a lot of like what they make is like, it's like intangible, like, you know, you can't really explain what the color exactly is doing.
Yeah.
I mean, if we hover above the knobs, it's going to tell us what it's doing, but the
you
way,
have to listen to it.
yeah, it's more something you got to listen to see if you agree with it. Like, it's not something that can be
explained very well.
Yeah, purely numbers based. And the age knob here, this is kind of like, if you put it on 0, the sound is going to be a lot more sanitized. But if you turn it up, there's going to be a bit more character and like artifacts introduced to the sound. So definition here, it says turns up the effects of age on the processing. This usually controls the amount of noise as well as other mode appropriate artifacts. And yeah, it kind of just goes back to adding character and this and that. But usually on the delay, I can leave it like 50. Because the thing is with the delay, like imagine you had the main vocals and all you did was just play with the timing, so it's like it sounds the exact same but it's just delayed. Obviously that would be quite jarring, hearing the exact same vocal effects. So on the delay, we do want to play around with the character a bit. We don't want it to be exactly the same, like 1-to-1 with the main vocal, and that's kind of what we've done a little bit so far, but we're gonna get into that more in a bit. So yeah, on the age, I kind of just, I don't go all the way down to 0. I usually go like 30 to 60, somewhere in the middle. If you want it a little more clean, then you can go down to 30. You want it a little more dirty, you can go to 70. So
turn up the mic.
Exactly. And that's the color box. The drive, I don't really mess with this. If you want the delay in a way to be like louder, more punchy, you can turn this up and it's gonna make the delays kind of louder, but you don't have to worry about that. You just leave that on 0, and then next we have the difference box, and this, let's see, controls the amount of diffusion in the delay. I kind of forgot what this one does. If I'm remembering this correctly, it kind of, what you're going to hear is if you turn this up, before the delay starts, there's going to be a bit of a reverse effect. And then will go back to like normal speed and play out. We can just leave this something small, like 1.9. The mod box, similar to the reverb plugin, like I don't really touch anything in there. The EQ again, you probably already know what's about to happen here. We're gonna chop off some of the lows. The highs, maybe we'll chop off a little bit of those as well. And those are the main boxes here at the top. And then mode, usually on the main vocal, this is like, okay, so back in the day I would stick to one of the simple ones here, one of the top ones, and you see the button layout, the knob layout, it's all the same. But if we go to maybe Babby Duck, now the layout of the buttons is slightly changed. In the feedback box, we now have this option here, ducking. If I go back to one we had before, you see that it's whip. So if we go to this mode, we now have a ducking option. Now, ducking, let's see what it says here. It doesn't actually say what ducking is, but basically ducking is when we have a look at, so let's say this is the recording that's going to have the delay effect applied onto it. What ducking does is that when the signal is loud, then the delay effect is going to be turned down. But then when the signal or sound of the main vocal is quiet, like the bits on the side here, there's literally nothing there, then the sound of the delay effect is going to be turned up. And this just helps to keep the main vocal and delay from clashing with each other, because this can happen sometimes. And Nav, like, he's a good example of this. If you listen to any of the classic Nav songs, if you listen to the vocal delay, it only ever is only ever audible when he's not rapping. Like the bits where the gaps where he's not rapping, you hear the delay. But when he starts rapping again, you don't hear the delay. Okay. And that's what ducking allows you to do. And it's like some people, they like when you hear when the main vocal's going and you hear the delay. But some people like Nav, they don't like that. They only want you to hear the delay when the main vocal is quiet and there's like gaps.
Is there a way to show it, or?
Yeah, I could show it right now. Yeah. We're still not done, but this is what. So on 0% ducking, that's basically, you know, if the main vocal is playing, then don't do anything with the delay basically. And so this sounds normal if I play it. Go back here.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
So right there,
I'm not giving it enough time.
Right there, it's your main vocals are going, and you still hear the delay.
Yeah.
But if I turn this all the way to 100%,
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't.
You see, it's really aggressive, and it waits for you to stop rapping in order to put the delay on. And we can see a good example of this if we just go to the end of the bar.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
actually not much there because the feedback isn't all the way up. But you see how it waited.
Yeah, it waited right until the end and then did that.
Usually I go around somewhere in the middle, like 50%.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Just turn it up a bit.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle. And then, of course, like the delay, the insert it's in right now, track 5, you can just make it quieter if there's too much.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
And that's what the ducking does. So that's the mode I like to do. I like to go for any mode that has ducking, especially on the main vocal. Because it just helps with to stop the delay clashing with the main vocal. Next up, the era here, we have past, present, future. On the main vocal, I mean, I usually use past or present, never really future. We'll see what present is sounding like. And the preset, I don't really worry about this, but if you were looking for inspiration on like stuff you could do, you could just have a play around with the presets that are already made here. You can really go crazy, like you can have phasing effects, like pitch shifting effects, like there's a lot you can do with these knobs, but this is kind of a basic delay setup.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So next up we have
keeping ducking on there.
Yeah, the ducking I'm keeping on there. You kind of, on the main vocal at least, you always want to mode with ducking really, because you don't want your delay and main vocal to be clashing too much. And then on the delay again, you already know what we're gonna do. We're gonna
for
put
something like adlib, you wouldn't use ducking. Well, maybe.
You can if you want, but if you don't, it's more understandable because the whole point of adlibs in general is to add like
Explosive.
bits of flavor here and there.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about clashing as much as you would, because the main vocal is always going, always there. So you want to be careful with it. So right now, if you open up a EQ under the delay, if we look at the frequencies, like what's going on right now, there's a tiny bit of rumbling in like somewhere in the mids, the high mids, and like sometimes effects, they're just kind of weird like that. When you put effect plugins on, they might do stuff like this here and there. In this case, I think it's to do with the age. If you turn the age all the way down, then that removes that odd problem. Because when you turn the age up, part of what it does to add color is like it adds a bit of static, but a good type of static, a more harmonic type of static noise, and that shows up. And this level right here, this is not going to be very audible at all, so you don't have to worry about it, because if I just play the song, you see how the try, like it bounces. So you don't have to worry about it, but it's there if you want to know.
Bro, the way you put EQ after everything is like you do a painting, bro, and then you wait for it to dry, and then the EQ is the polish, right?
Exactly.
Like, you making it shiny, bro.
Just that last couple percentage.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
And when I hit play there, you see we got some low frequencies that have been introduced from the delay, and we don't really want that. So yeah, again, I just chop it off. And in this plugin, right, FabFilter, if you, depending on where you double click to make a point, like if I made a point, if I double click here, it makes a point, and it makes like a standard, just like a up and down type of point, where if you drag it up, you're gonna hear more of those frequencies. If you drag it down, you're gonna hear less of those frequencies. If you make a point on the edges, then it makes this like this filter shape where you cut off anything to the other side. So anything not in the green box, you don't hear. It gets cut off. And if you do the same on this side, make a point, double click, then it just does the same thing but in the opposite direction to get rid of the highs. And then yeah, right here, I'll just double click, and again, so you can scroll up or down on a point to make it sharper or more loose. At these stages, you kind of want it more loose, so it's not cutting so harshly.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Oh, I just did the fit. Oh.
Yeah, bro.
The dragon pants. That's
the dragon pants. Return of the Dragon.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
And that's what we have going on. And again, like if we chopped off the lows aggressively, we would have like some type of phone filter effect.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So it makes the delay sound like this, but normally it would sound
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
It would sound like that. So again, like the EQ is, the frequencies are always something you can come back to and just play around with. I mean, what do you prefer right now? Do you prefer it with the phone effect on the delay?
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Yeah, 100%, bro.
Okay.
100%.
So in this instance, let's say,
What do
let me
you
delete it.
Do you like it with the other one?
It
Bro,
depends how I'm feeling.
Yeah, true.
Because you can do a lot in the delay, and like sometimes you don't want to, because you don't want to do the same thing all the time, but you can have your default strategy with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say there must be a way to have everything like change everything to what you want it to be and have it defaulted, and then change it if you need to. But you can. I think there is a way. You've done it to me before. You've done it on my Fruity Loops.
If you go like file, new from template, you can make a custom template that set. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. We do not want to do that. Cancel. That you can have it so that when you make a new project, all of this stuff is already there. But
it's not good to do that because
you don't learn anything. You don't learn
exactly.
anything. And when I started to get good, I did make my own template. But then it's like I found that when I was
start sounding the same, bro.
Kind of, and it's like when you want to explore and experiment, then you're gonna add more anyway. But doing it from scratch every single time like this,
You had a custom, and you were barely using it.
I was barely using it anyway. So I went back to just making everything from scratch. But when you do it this way, it's like you do learn a lot. Like if I went back to make a preset, I could, but I genuinely love mixing, so it's like I don't really care if I have to do it from scratch, and it's quick anyway at this point, so I don't have to stress too much about it. But once you did find what the defaults that might work for you,
like you could,
then you could, and then only tweak it here and there if you can't be asked. But as a beginner, you should be making it from scratch every single time.
For me, I think I just get to the point where I'm doing the basics of like, or the auto tune has to be changed anyway, so you have to find a different key, and then BPM has to be changed as well. So really, I don't think now thinking about it, I wouldn't have anything custom.
It's up to you, and there is multiple stuff, right? You can make a custom template that has like everything: your main vocal, your effects, your adlibs and their effects, or you could just make a preset that just has the main vocal because that's the one you're always gonna use. But yeah, it depends. And so yeah, let's say you had the delay, you fixed all your settings, you have it how you want it to sound, but you're like, man, I really need a phone filter. So you open up the EQ, you just have a look at the presets, and you hit phone. You want phone, and it's just gonna set up the points. And like when you look at it, right? Yeah, you can move it about. And to make a phone filter, we've cut the really highs and we've cut most the lows. So effectively what we have left is like the mid-range and like the high mid-range frequencies, and we boosted them up, and that's what makes the phone filter. Like if you wanted, you could just go back to default setting, hit play, and then you're like, okay, first, if I want to make a sound that mimics a phone filter, then first off, I'm going to have to cut off the lows.
Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
And that's just part of the process. If you just take out the lows, it makes your voice sound thinner. But then when you start to take off some of the highs as well,
hearing your voice, get out of my head.
Then you start to get a more typical filter, phone filter type of sound. And with the frequencies that you have remaining, because now we're just down to this little box here, we can boost a couple like frequency ranges in here.
Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
And like that's how you make your own basic phone filter from scratch.
But it's all there, so you can just put it on and then kind of move it around.
Yeah, see what it's saying. If you put the phone filter effect on, sometimes it might be a little harsh, and that's just because you're boosting some of the frequencies here. So if you turn these top ones down a little bit, then it's gonna be more smooth. And yeah, that's good enough for the delay. Next,
get out of my head.
so we had the reverb.
Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
At this point, this is like a very basic main vocal setup. You have the main vocals on one insert, and then you make a copy of that, you send that to these other inserts, and you have a reverb and you have a delay. And I mean, that's basically all you need for something really basic. But if I'm mixing this song like I'd usually mix it, this is like what I do. So we have our basic building blocks here. So now what I'll do is I'll start by putting another delay. So the delay we have now, that one was set to have a quarter note. So I'll rename it as delay quarter note so I know. And I can do that thing from earlier where you can just copy an insert and then paste it. And then in this one, I'm just going to rename it to, I'll just go delay long. I don't know exactly what note length I'm going to do, but it's going to be longer than the quarter note. And then now I need to go back to the main vocal insert, track 3, and then I need to plug that into this new insert that I've copied. So now if I go to this new delay, it has our old delay just as we literally just made it. But now what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to just make the delay longer. I'm maybe going to we'll see what this is sounding like, and then I'm going to change up the style to maybe something like this, and I'm actually gonna chop off a good chunk of the highs. Can change the mode up slightly. There we go. Clarity, like when it comes to effects and stuff,
I have to look around.
you have to look around. But
I like the duck one, baby duck.
What I do, like literally sometimes, whatever one has the cooler colors that I like, I'm just gonna use that one. That's kind of why I like baby duck, just because it's purple, literally. I can hear what it's doing as well.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you know, your biases and confirmation and like confluences of like why this setting is the good setting. Yeah, I like to go.
What is that? Pitch. Yeah, pitch.
Sometimes I just like to go with the colors. Right here, clarity. This just reminds me of like rain, you know.
Oh yeah.
And like this song, I can imagine it in the rain or something.
Yeah, okay, I get what you mean.
Something like that. So,
bro, it's kind of cool how you can like throw, bro. It's like throwing paint at a board and like it just comes.
Yeah,
it
man.
becomes a nice art piece of art.
Exactly, bro. We started this project, no beat, no vocals, nothing. Like nothing. Now look at what we have going on here.
Bro, that's a crazy way to think about it. I was just bugging out, looking at Fruity Loops, looking at all these notes and everything. I was like, bro, looking at all these buttons, everything. Like,
no, there is a lot. It can be.
It looks crazy.
It does. I mean, you can get crazy.
And I feel like this is just basic. Like, this is the basic thing you do. Then there's definitely way more effects that there is like that you might use to make the. Yeah, look at that, bro.
Yeah, and obviously, like, you know, there's the main effects we always go for, but like we can, if we're like, oh, you know what, it would be really cool if we did like a high pitched voice with a filter. Then
or
it's
even
like
the glitchy stuff we sometimes do. Is that an effect you use? Or is
like the stutter?
Yeah.
That's basically.
That's just you on the.
I used to do it by making a delay, but now what I do is I'll chop up the sample, right? And I'll do the main bits of the delay, the main stutters, like what we did in Time Moves Closer for that. And then when I chop up the sound, then I'll put a little bit of delay on top of that. But most of the work is being done by me chopping it up manually. That's how I would usually do that.
You know what? That would be a good effect to have made like a stutter effect that just like automatically makes your vocals like go like crazy, bro.
I mean, and there are ways to like. There are some plugins that do that better than others, but with Valhalla delay, it can be hard sometimes to. Because with the stutters, that's like a very surgical thing. Like, you know, you want it right on the time to cut it precise.
It is.
And sometimes, like, the best way to just do that is just to go in there and chop it yourself.
It's true because the effect.
Sometimes it can't get
right on the beat.
Yeah.
Right on the.
I mean, it is synced up to the beat right now, but for the stutters, they're so short, and like they're more like bursts.
Yeah.
So for that style of delay, it's better to just cut it yourself. So for this long delay, I'm gonna just hit play.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Usually what I like to do these days is I got two delays, right? I got my shorter delay that bounces around, and then I have my longer delay that's just more chill. It stays in one place, and this just adds more, like, you don't want your vocal to be like going crazy all the time. Like, you want sometimes the same effect but just more chill, because like you want your vocals to sound like nice and full, you know. You don't want your vocals to sound like there's something missing. Usually that happens when you're too surgical and you sanitize too much, or you go too far in one direction for plugins. Like right now we have, because the ping pong delay is quite noticeable.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe if we put another delay that's more predictable, and make it quieter like we have here, then it's just gonna help kind of make a more full vocal picture.
I know what you mean. It doesn't leave gaps. It doesn't leave gaps.
Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So
Okay.
let me just get
Now
some.
I'm starting to understand. It's getting crazy.
Yeah, there's really a lot going on. This one.
Lewis will answer all the questions in the comments now. Joking.
Q&A, bro.
Simon will answer all the questions in the comments, bro.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants your secrets, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple when you're gone blind. Easy it, running out of options, need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice.
This is some crazy what you got, bro. Yo.
And that's
That
just
shotgun.
and that's just from a basic setup that
That's
we have
crazy,
going on right
bro.
now.
You make me sound like Michael Jackson.
And I can hear that the parts of the delay, it's a bit much sometimes. So when we have all our effects on, we'll go back one more time just to check the levels and everything, make sure that things aren't clashing with each other. But right now it's sounding fine. Now, also for the EQ on this one, I'm kind of just gonna let it be more for, not do too much. So like these little top points, I'm just gonna get rid of those.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret.
Like this one, I want it to sound more like you're underwater, like we were saying earlier. Like these are the higher ones, but then you have one that's more
Underwater.
more mellow, and you can see that I turned it down quite a bit.
Wait, so this is an extra delay or
Extra delay. So right now we got reverb, we got delay, we got another delay long because the delay is longer.
What would you call this delay?
So my usual delay, when I get to naming the insert, I'll do delay quarter note. So delay 1/4, because I know that at this point I always go for the quarter note time for delays by default, and then the other one I'll go delay long if I'm extra, right? So I'll just call it delay long because I know it's going to be longer. But then when I look at the time, if I settle on half a note, or maybe I settle on one note, then I might go back and do delay half like this, just to be extra organized. But yeah, that's the delay, and now that's the extra delay. Now we're gonna go into like how I would mix this song,
Okay.
and then we'll base off that. But everything up until this point, this is like the basics that you're always gonna want to do. But now we're gonna get into like the more creative side of this stuff.
I've been wondering in your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple when you're gone blind. Easy it, running out of options, need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice.
Wait, are we recording? Oh, damn. I was enjoying myself too.
That can be the intro. just made another delay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and make a new insert here, and this one is gonna be called doubler. I just go dub like this for short, and it's just, for me, that just means
That's what
doubler.
dub means. Okay.
Oh, you mean,
dub. I see dub all the time, bro.
Now you can see how one of them is made. So a doubler, basically, the job of this type of effect is we want to clone the main vocal and just change it up ever so slightly, just to make the vocal sound a lot more whole again.
I've been alone.
So I'm gonna connect this up, and then like last time,
I've been alone, baby.
it's just a clone of the vocal. But over here, I'm gonna. Oh, is it even on here? Okay, it is on here. I have this plugin here, Timeless. And in here, this is a delay plugin. So this is another type of delay plugin. But when it comes to the stuff we usually do, I like to go with Valhalla delay. But specifically for how I like to do this type of effect, I like to do it in this delay. And I usually just like to go to like slap back and diffused and thin.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say, hearing your voice.
And it's like a very subtle thing. But
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
it just makes the vocal more full. And this is a good thing to do if like you've done the basics, but you still feel like you're missing some like depth and fullness to the vocal. Just doubling it and putting like some slight effects on it. We can also do there's a plugin called Doubler, literally, and it
Is it the same thing?
it doesn't do the same thing. It does what it does. It kind of makes adds like a slight bit of delay to the vocals, and it makes this type of effect.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell.
You might not be able to hear it that great with through the speakers. I can get it like somewhere here.
If you're supposed to make the vocals more full,
I've been alone.
I can kind of tell.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
It does like that type of effect.
I've been alone, baby, all.
It's like loads of us. It's like loads of me.
Exactly.
Singing.
So that's what a doubler does.
I like that.
Yeah, like you can mix this in to the main vocals. Like on the main vocals, if you want to add a bit more character, we could do something.
I always thought that it was myself singing a couple of times, but maybe it was just you using the dub.
Nah, not. Yeah, it's not always.
I thought it was me having like more takes than one, but it was the doubler.
Nah. I'm trying to find hyper. Oh, I think there is. This one here.
I've been alone.
On the main vocals, like basic wide is a good one.
I've been alone.
And then turn down the mix. So like again, the mix in the other plugins we've seen as well, that just determines how much of the original sound you're using and how much of the effect sound that you're using. So the mix 100%, you're going to be getting you're going to be hearing everything that the plugin is doing to the vocals, but the lower this the mix number or percentage, it's like you're not gonna hear as much of the effect being mixed in together. So in the main vocals I might put like a chorus,
I've been alone, baby.
but just turn the mix down.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret.
You know, and that's like one thing you can do to add a little more source to the main vocals. And like some songs more than others, you know, you can push it. Some songs, they don't really sound better if you like put too much extra stuff on the vocals.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately,
So we can just go for a doubler here.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
Maybe get rid of timeless. And we're gonna add another EQ.
I've been alone, baby, all.
And this time we're gonna put like the phone filter
I've
effect.
been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head.
And then we're gonna turn that down quite a bit.
I've been alone.
There's gonna be like another type of effect that it's like just really
Join with
subtle.
everything else.
Yeah.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head. Shotgun to the temple and you gone blind. Crazy it running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice.
Yo, I feel like people are going to struggle, especially new people, because I know I'll struggle with this, knowing where to put what volume on what. I think the main should always have the highest volume, right?
The master, you.
No, like let's say with just the vocals that you've done.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, so all the effects that you've added to the main, that people are gonna be struggling on where to put the volume. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, you can't really explain that. I think you just have to kind of listen to it, and see which one sounds the best for you.
Get a feel for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the main thing is like important to like remember what it is like each one of your inserts is doing. So then if you're just literally just listening to the song and you're like, oh, the main delay is too loud, then obviously you know you got to come in here and just like play around with it a bit.
Have you ever rendered out a song? Everything's finished. You listen back to it and you're like, oh, that's a bit.
All the time, bro. All the time.
That's crazy. But then to someone else, that's just the song, bro. That's the finished song. And they're like, nah, this is just how it sounds. And then if you change it, they'll think, oh, that's odd. Do you know what I mean? That's definitely happened before.
You might not, as a beginner, you might not hear the difference, but like literally the clap being a tiny bit too loud, or the vocals being slightly too quiet.
Paranoid.
Yeah, it's easy to start getting paranoid. But over time, I kind of know where generally I like my levels being for like hi-hats, claps, this, that, whatever. So I'm past like the paranoia phase, because it is easy to
get paranoid.
Yeah, and you just start mixing the knobs for too long.
Yeah.
Rendering song after song after song, and it's like it's still not sounding good. As long as there's nothing to bait, then it's like just drop the song in it and learn from it and just move on to the next one.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said.
So I think it's time to start getting into adlibs.
Crazy.
Um,
The thing is, you don't even know which one are adlibs on, man.
I'm guessing this one here.
I think, yeah.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
Okay, so that's what it's sounding like right now. We're gonna put this into, I don't know, like track 10, let's say. And what's currently in track 10? Oh, nothing. Alright. I'm gonna remove this one here. This was just for some example. Default. Cool, and I'm gonna take the main vocal insert that we've been using. I'm just gonna copy all the effects, and then I'm gonna put that on track 10. And then now I'm gonna rename this one. Instead of Toni main, we're gonna do Toni adlib, because that's what we're trying to do right now. The color, I usually go green for the adlib, but I've already used green, so I'm just gonna go for purple. Cool. So now if we play, it sounds something like this.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
Much better, but there's still more we can do.
Yeah.
But before we do that, I'm just gonna clean up this stuff here, because you see here where you're not talking.
Yeah.
There's just like noise we don't want coming through from the recording, so we can just get rid of that. And these things on the side here of each clip that pop up, if you pull them in, they fade the sound more. Like you can literally see with the animation that it's doing now. So I like to add just a tiny bit on each side, just so, like, sometimes the way the recording starts when you chop off all the empty bits is too harsh. Yeah, so if you just fade it in a tiny bit, it sounds a whole lot more natural. Yeah.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants a secret, I don't kiss and tell. Baby, it's okay. I've been wondering.
That wasn't an adlib, that was a lyric. That one in the middle.
On this one.
You're by yourself. She wants to.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Those are lyrics for the main part.
Oh, okay.
That part is. Wait, can you just play there? Where that? Yeah.
You're not alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants to see us, I don't kiss and tell.
Okay, we'll just remember that.
Lyric
Later.
Crazy.
No, it looks like there's more.
Oh yeah, there. Damn, I really make it hard for you to.
Let's see what these adlibs are like.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see.
That's a nice one.
That was an adlib.
So we can take that one. Put this one on. Do the same thing.
Yeah, make it small.
Clean up the sides. And then in cases like this, we'll just pick this first adlib here, because when you stack them on top of each other, they're gonna have the same effects. And then here.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secret, so don't kiss and tell. They leaving one.
We'll just do these two for now. So on the
I've been alone.
on the adlibs, since obviously they're not the main vocals, we can put a lot more effects on the main channel. And the first effect we're gonna go for is actually this chorus effect we already have. We can increase it.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret.
A whole lot more. And then on top of that, we can put another EQ for like a phone type filter.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
To get something like that going, maybe turn down the mix of the chorus.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your
I think that long line there is all adlibs.
This one.
Yeah, I don't even know, bro. That's crazy.
Let's see.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. You're not home, all by yourself. She wants a secret. I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
So, it's calm. Someone open the door.
Calm. So in cases like this, there are more overlapping adlibs. So we can just pick your favorite one. So whether you like this one more,
Lately been wondering.
or you like this one more.
Lately been wondering.
What, you're asking to pick? I mean, I feel like that higher one is a bit more, creative.
This one on the bottom.
Yeah.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Alright, so we can go with that
What
one.
have you picked? I thought you would pick the top one.
Nah, I think it makes more sense for
the first part to be high pitched and then continue high pitched. Yeah.
have some contrast with the main vocals, because you don't always want to be using the same tone for both of them.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
I want to hear what it sounds like without the chorus effect.
So without the chorus,
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
so that's kind of what I like to go for, at least on the adlibs.
Recently, you've liked using the chorus effect.
Yeah, I've liked cranking that up as much as I can recently. But then again, like, not all songs call for it. So next what we're going to do is we're going to copy over some of these effects here. So we're going to copy the reverb. But this time we are going to connect the adlibs to it. And to change up some of the settings here slightly. So on the reverb for adlibs, I usually like to make them a bit longer. Increase the size quite a bit more. And that's the main things. Okay, and then if you hit play.
Really been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head.
And on the adlibs, this is a little more advanced. It's a bit long, but if you go on an insert, you've seen how like we can make it go to other inserts, and if you look at any default insert, if you just click on it, you notice by default that it's connected to the master channel. And if you hover above it, you see that there's like a volume knob on it. So if we went to your main vocals and we looked at this wire going into the master, and we load the volume to 0, you notice that you still see the sound in the insert, but because it's no longer going to the master, and the master, that's the one that lets you hear all the audio of your project. If you turn the wire going into the master to 0, you basically won't hear this sound even if you're seeing it in the mixer. And what you can do is, right, you can play around with how much of your sound is getting sent to the master. So if I just reset that, if I go to our adlib insert here, what I like to do is I like to go on the insert, and then I'll turn down how much you're gonna hear it in the master. And what this does is it makes it so that you only hear this reverb really.
Really been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head.
And this is because we're turning down the initial adlib insert down a little bit going into the master, but the reverb that we made, that one's getting sent back at the same volume. So we're hearing more of just the reverb than we are of the original adlib insert sound. So that can be useful to play around with sometimes.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head.
Yo, yeah, okay, I get it. Damn, that's cool. I didn't know that. Damn, did you hear that?
Yeah, it's proper sounded
Yeah.
like you were running about in some room, like get me out of my head, but you got like taken away.
Yeah, literally, bro. It goes with the song.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time shot.
And it's like sometimes if you hear a really good adlib like that, I might chop it up and use it in like multiple places.
Oh, that's why sometimes I'm like, I don't remember seeing that twice, but that sounds crazy.
But yeah, if you catch on to some really nice melodies and flows like you said, and like you can literally just reuse them here and there.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head. I've been wondering in your head.
Okay, so we got reverb. I also like to put a slight bit of delay on the adlibs as well.
Oh, delay on the adlibs.
Yeah, but I kind of just turn the effect down a bit, and on the EQ, yeah, this is gonna be fine.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head.
It's very slight. This is like one of those things you're gonna pick up better on headphones, but it really does a lot to just add a bit more wholeness to the adlibs. Like again, wholeness. And yeah, you can turn it down quite a bit, but yeah, it does a lot even if you don't notice it. So back on the adlibs, one thing that you can do is you can go to this plugin called Vocal Bender. What's funny?
Just the name of it.
And on it, you can go to this preset, M2F, which stands for male to female, and then if you turn...
I was thinking like airbender. I don't know why that made me laugh so much, what the hell.
But yeah, so this one, I'll let you hear what it sounds like.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices get out of my head. I've been wondering in your head for
That's a fun one. That's a fun one.
Oh, that is cool. Wait, I'm gonna write that down. Vocal bender, man.
Yeah, vocal bender.
And I was violating it.
And that's like, on the M2F preset, you can also make your voice like super high pitched.
Whoa.
Or you can kind of make it
low,
still high pitched, but low. So yeah, like sometimes.
Nah, man, this is too much. This is too much, bro. I'm not gonna know what to do, bro. I'm gonna be like, there's so much stuff you can do.
I mean,
okay, adlibs goes hard, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot you can really do, and yeah, you can just stick it on this preset if you're not trying to do too much on it. But yeah, you can always just keep rewatching the video to.
Yeah. No wonder you like adlibs, bro, because you get to do all this fun stuff.
Yeah. There's so much there's so much you can do.
You can go hard on the adlibs. That's crazy.
So which voice would you kind of be feeling, like this one, more default one, or this one, or this one? And another thing is as well, you can make it so that you only turn this plugin on at certain moments in the song. So yeah, you can play around with your vocals that way as well. We can kind of, I'll show this now maybe. So let's say you only want this effect for,
Oh, just a certain part.
yeah, let's say for the first two, but then after that you don't want it anymore. What you can do,
Yeah, I was gonna say. That's a
this
good
is
point.
this is slightly more advanced and a little more long, but if you're interested to see how it works, then you just head over to the plugin, and then you can hover above this wheel, because this wheel is like the mix, how much of the plugin you're gonna hear. If you right click that and then you go create automation clip, it looks like it did nothing, but you need to go look in your playlist, and then you're gonna notice that there's this box that's been made for you. And what this box represents is the knob that we made it for. So on this vocal bender, on this mix knob, we made an automation clip, and this is that automation clip. And for this example that I have now, what you can do is you can make different points. So right here, this little, let me zoom in, these points here, this rectangle, this just means that it's on basically, and you can add points to this to play around with when you want it to be heard, when you don't want it to be heard. So when this is all the way at the bottom, that's saying that that's basically saying turn it off, so you don't want to hear that plugin anymore.
Okay, this is real techie. This is like advanced, yeah, what you said already.
Yeah, this is a little more for an advanced thing, but I can show you like
It's good to know.
yeah, it's good to know. I can show you like an example of the album where the mixing, the vocal project, it had a lot of automation and stuff like that, and like stuff like turning on plugins at certain points and turning them off at other points. That's just another thing that of like creativity that helps you to paint more of the story exactly that you want. And yeah, in this example here, we can make these different points. This is basically saying it's on.
But I'm starting to respect producers way more.
Yeah, you see, like just to get a little effect, like it's kind of long to set that up sometimes. That's on, that's off, and this is like an advanced thing. Like even youth, I tried to show him how I do my automation stuff, and he was like, "Oh, like if you want to automate the same type of effect in multiple parts of the song, then how do you do that? Like, do you manually just like map it out for the whole song?" And what I like to do is I kind of just like to make building blocks. So I make this automation clip, but then I just I remove the middle one. So basically we have one little cube here, that's when we want it to be on, and then we have another cube here, and that's where we want it to be off. So what you can do is basically you can start to use these cubes throughout the song to kind of turn it on and off, like
and
whenever you want.
Copy and paste the cubes in
Yeah.
the place you want. Okay, that's way easier to use it. So have long rectangles everywhere.
Exactly, and having to manually put in those points. And the good thing about FL Studio, the way they handle these automation clips, so let's say I want it off at the start, I click on this little block that I've made, and then I put it at the start of the song, right? And that's just telling FL Studio that I don't want the effect on. And FL Studio, it's by default, right? You see how I've only said I want it on for like this specific period of time with this block. What FL Studio does is when it gets to the end of that block,
I did hear noise.
whatever the last input was, it's just going to continue doing that input. So if by the end of this block I said I wanted it at 0%, which is off, which is what we've done, it will keep it at 0% until
it enters that.
it hits another block, and this block it tells it to turn it on, and then it's going to do the same thing. When it's at the end of this block, whatever the last input was, it will just keep it on that input, so 100%, and it will keep it on until it hits the next block. So
The next zone.
yeah. So that's just how I like to run it.
I'm tweaking now. So I see him trading everywhere. That's interesting though, that's good. So if you don't want it to be carrying on your vocals, make sure the last block was always on 0.
Yeah.
So it doesn't carry on to the rest of the... Okay.
And a good thing to keep your project clean is, even if you're not using it at the start, just make sure that at the start of the song you set it to the off block, whatever that one is. Just to ensure that it's really not playing anywhere else when you don't want it to. So in this instance, if we just got these two adlibs and we're like, oh, we want these two to be on. Sorry, we were these ones. So these two adlibs, we want them to have that effect, but then these adlibs here, we don't want them to have that effect anymore. So we see that we turn it on for these two, and then right when this one ends, I can have this on block here, and that's gonna turn it on just for that bit.
Okay.
And that sounds something like. So you don't hear that effect anymore, and that's what that allows you to do. Let me put these ones up. Now's probably a good time to sort out what bits of the song you actually wanna keep.
What adlibs are and what?
So we'll just go through one by one. So this top one here, I remember you saying this was just you trying to find.
Yeah, just trying to find the melody I want. Yeah.
Cool. So we for sure don't need it. Why doesn't it want to?
Wait, let me hear it. Like where the vocals are, because I think it actually helps with the vocals. But nah, you can get rid of it if it's gonna be long.
I want to make a song, and then both of us do different vocal stuff on it. See.
Oh, beginner versus master.
Yeah, bro. See which sound. Imagine I pull through something crazy. Nah, you're gonna do something. You're gonna like add something that I've never even seen before.
That's like $1 Million Trader.
Yeah, bro.
Like mixing.
$1 Million Trader versus
$1 Million Mixer.
$1 Million Mixer, bro.
I mean, I'll be down. I'll be down to do that.
That can be the next video. I can't even go that high, man. That vocal bender is good.
Yeah.
Air bender, fire bender. The vocal bender just gets rid of your voice, bro. You're like, it makes you speak high pitched.
project's crashed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's happening? Does this happen and you have to do everything again? Has that? Yeah, you definitely had that.
I hope not. I mean, yeah, it's happened to me before, but it's because my laptop's not recognizing my hard drive for some reason, and that's causing issues. Because it's saying it can't save the song, but the song is on here, the project file is on here, and it can't tell that the thing is plugged in right now.
You just try and save it. Oh.
Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is we are going to save it as
on your laptop.
Yeah, but just on the laptop.
I remember you used to send me beats off emails.
Yeah, dude, Discord is so much easier for that.
You used to send me beats on emails. I still, every time I type in sign on the emails, it's like, oh, beats, like, I can't even access, I don't know why.
So now it's saved, but I want to see if I can get it to recognize.
It's definitely like someone who's like made a whole song, made adlibs, and been like, yo, the adlibs are cold, and just deleted all the mains and just kept the adlib. Kept all the adlibs.
See, that's next level thinking right there. People aren't ready for that.
Yo.
And with my projects and stuff, I keep them, like, over time,
Very neat.
I'm organizing them more and more. Like, if I go to an old one here, try to get like a big one like this. I mean, I'm at least organizing beats and songs by a folder, but it's very messy. And then if you compare that to how I'm doing it now, you see, like, it's just way more neat. I know exactly what's a beat, I know exactly what a song is, and exactly, you know, what folder is what. And yeah, like, it's actually just like having a messy room, bro. Like, you can't do anything if your files are like everywhere.
My room is messy as hell.
It's
My
not
files
good.
are crazy.
I mean, this isn't bad. Like, I'm imagining like Jaden, bro, this guy with like bone
Chicken wings
on the
Chicken
floor
bones
and
on the
stuff.
floor. On the carpet.
Yeah, no,
Was it a carpet floor?
he had wood, but then like a carpet, like carpets on it.
What? He didn't just walk into his room with those bones. That's like a bear cave, bro.
No,
bear
it's
just
like
puts all the bones.
this guy.
Shit, bro.
He used to, I don't know if he still does this obviously, but he had like a plate, he would get plate and he would eat something or whatever, and if it's like chicken, like he would leave the bones on the plate and then the plate on the floor. And then it's like you just need them like here and there.
For days, it was just plates and bones on the plate, like.
Bro, I don't even know.
Welcome to it. Sorry about the mess, bro. Anyway.
Anyway.
That is bad.
So yeah, you know, organizing is good. You know, keep everything organized.
Yeah.
And then this one you were saying we don't want it. This first one.
This is the whole part that I didn't.
So you don't want it?
fill in this because there is actually nothing for this whole part.
And you'd prefer...
Mumbling than no lyrics.
We can also just cut the length of the song.
Okay.
So if you really don't want to stretch it, then we don't have to stretch it like that. But we can just leave it like that.
But I saw you, baby, can you tell? I'm someone, Shawty, can you see everything we've done? It was all for you. Miss it all, but shy. Listen now, I'm gonna tell you why. Missing this time, it's a morning. I'm gonna tell you, it's a
Next up we have this one.
I've been all by myself.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Okay.
I've been all by myself.
I'm guessing this is for like adlibs if you want
that
them.
was supposed to be the whole beginning of the song.
Oh, okay. Still finding what you want to say.
Yeah,
so you don't want none
this
of these.
This is actually, like, if you play it, this is what the beginning of the song's gonna be.
I've been all by myself. I've been alone.
Okay.
No lyrics,
wait. Oh, that's what you were trying to do, but you never recorded it.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Okay, we can't work with nothing. So we might have to put this at the bottom.
The beginning of the song was literally not going to be me saying any lyrics, just saying the... Like, that was actually the bit. That is literally part of the song.
Do you want to copy and paste
this
it?
one is part of the song.
This one here.
Yeah. And then that gap hasn't been filled. Like, I don't know.
I've been all by myself. But she won't kiss and tell.
So in this one here, this is a great time to maybe make another insert channel. So, like for this one, do you want like an ad-lib type of sound and then just put some delay on it?
To be echoey and delayed, like, Galaxy.
Cool. Alright, we're gonna do this. You know what? You want to have a go at setting it up?
Okay. Oh, damn, man. No, I don't even
this
know.
That's a good idea. Yeah,
was it?
Chair. Yeah, another chair like this one.
Yeah.
Let's see if Tony's got what it takes.
So what insert are we gonna put this in?
So you can So first, go into the mixer and see what's available. So like where we have space.
14.
Yeah. I'd probably do something like 15 and onwards.
15. Damn, I nearly closed the hole.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, that's it.
Cool. So now it's gonna be there, but now
that's weird. Usually I press this and then I go in here and I go all the way to the one I want. Control L. I'm so.
Oh, yeah, you can do that as well.
Yeah,
you can do that
I know.
as well. I forgot about that.
That's how I usually do it.
So that's one way you can do it. You can actually do that way now, just to practice. Because when you do it that way as well, you instantly see what one you pick. So if you go back to
I do it?
Yeah, do it that way. If you just click on it.
I think this has to be highlighted, no?
As long as whatever you want, you clicked on it. Yeah, that's the main thing. And then you go there and then. Exactly. So when you do it this way, you can instantly see which one it is.
And then rename this.
But actually, before
I don't really need to.
You don't need to do that bit. So you can do the thing where you copy the effects on another insert and then drag it on top of the one you're on now.
Oh, they're already on there. Oh, then no. Okay.
Because right now on insert 15,
there's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Look, 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing there. So you should probably do your ad-lib, right? Because on the intro, it's not really like a main vocal type of thing. It's more like an ad-lib type of sound.
How is it again?
Right click and then go file. Okay, cool. And then the second option, you're going to want to click it and keep holding, right? Okay, cool. Now if you drag around your mouse, you see you've actively got it copied now. So now you can release it on top of the insert you want it to go on.
So it doesn't matter where, I can put it anywhere.
Yeah, as long as it's on top of the insert you want. boom, it just copies
Damn.
everything
Whoa,
together.
okay, yeah, okay, this is good.
So
I wish I could just copy everything on and just be like, yeah, done. Damn.
exactly.
What else would you do to the damn, why is it not here?
Okay, so first off, what were you trying to do? What do we have in mind to?
So the idea of that part of the song was just to be like more reverb and delayed, so echoey, galaxy sort of like, you know. There's so many effects that I'm just like, damn. Wait, are you writing down something?
Yeah, this is gonna be.
I've written everything in there, so.
Oh, this one, the red one.
Yeah, and that pen is there. There's another one here though. You can use this.
Come on. So, I mean, this is gonna be messy stuff.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
Look how messy everything is.
no, when you see minor.
Oh damn!
But it's
You can do it on this side if you want,
okay.
so it doesn't
Okay.
mess.
So, what are we trying to go for?
Like galaxy type echoes and
Or
reverb.
Hold on.
damn.
Okay. Alright, so number 1, Galaxy.
Yeah.
Number 2.
You need the echoes or reverb and delays. Like it just needs to sound like. And then maybe I can add some adlibs in there to just, you know, some other adlibs like the high with the vocal bender. Add the vocal bender onto adlibs in that little area just to fill in everything. Look at me, I'm speaking like a pro now. But that's it for that part. Like, look how empty it is. He's on his own, bro.
Okay, so we'll just worry about the effects right now. So first off, for like Galaxy, you can try like a chorus type of effect,
which is not up here, so I have to go.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to go to the empty slot and then find the one you're looking for. So sometimes, right, you're looking for a chorus, but the name of the plugin is not gonna say chorus. The one you're looking for is called hyper chorus. So it starts with the H.
Oh, found it.
Yeah, and this is like a stock FL Studio one.
I mean, I think everyone knows this, but when you press on a letter, it automatically brings you to where, like, hyper would be. So if I press H, you see how it brought it to this one.
It filters through like all the
effects
that start with that letter. Exactly. So yeah, you can get quick with it if you get used to what your effects are called. And then in this instance, we can literally just go for one of the default presets. So on FL Studio plugins, right, all of them in the top right, you see where it says presets and you've got the two arrows. Yeah, you can use that to quickly see what presets you got. So me, I like to go. I'm actually not even used to doing it that way. So instead, if you just click off that menu, and then you press the right arrow. Yeah, like legit. I like basic wide. That's the one I like to do. And if you press the left arrow, then you go back in that direction.
Okay, basic wide.
And then on this one, you can play around. Just play it and see how much of the mix.
Okay. What? Look what you've done.
I'm just trying to make it.
I'm
trying to get out of the hood.
Yeah, okay.
If you could just show him, I have a music video too with it.
Wow, music video. So what's your artist name?
Yeah, exactly.
Mar the Bar, because I have the bars.
Oh, that's not.
Get out,
I don't know
Mar
that
the
name.
Bars. And because my songs go very far in the world.
Mar the Bar goes
Yeah.
far.
So if you guys need
We'll let you know.
okay, make sure you show him.
Well,
And shaky doody, that's mine too.
Mar the Bar can stay far away from me.
Okay, it's fine because I'm not even.
You're literally wearing my. She's wearing my pajama trousers, bro.
That's because I'm broke. Because I'm trying to make money with my music.
Okay, we're recording.
Okay,
something.
sorry. It's famous in Denmark. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, you started that.
Okay, so Yeah, like
I saw how that sounded. I liked it.
do you want the mix high or low?
How would I put it high and low? Is it on here?
So the knob all the way
Yes.
on the right, down a bit. You were just on it earlier. Mix, yeah, that one. If you just click, turn it up and down.
I like it.
Okay, if you found the setting you like, then you
Yeah.
can just leave it like that.
Okay, now to
So-
get more of that fuller, because do you know what I mean? The more full.
Okay. In that case, like, what type of effect would you be looking to add on?
I'd be looking at reverbs.
100%. So, yeah, you can add on some reverb. But for reverb, I would make a new insert. So,
Damn.
you see how we have the green ones?
Yeah. So here.
Yeah, reverb is a really good plugin to send to its own insert because it can really mess with the effects that you have currently and the effects you want to add afterwards.
So right now I would make this reverb, or do I have to rename it?
So you can copy one of your existing reverb
Yeah, that's what I was
ones.
gonna say.
Yeah, and then just drag it.
New file.
Let it go where you want. And then now you've got to click on the adlib again.
Here, this one.
Yeah, the one you want, and you have to get the wire going into it again.
Oh, this.
Right at the bottom, right at the bottom.
This.
Yeah, that one. Cool. So now it's connected up. So if you hit play, it's already like a case like this, you can go onto the reverb plugin and play with the settings more on the plugin to
Okay.
better get like what type of sound you want to go.
So when you mean on the plugin, what do you mean? On here? Oh,
So
on
if you click on your insert, that one, that's the one with the actual reverb plugin. So if you click on the plugin, you can then go again like in the settings and
make it even more.
change up what you want.
Okay.
The decay will make it last longer or shorter depending.
To be honest, I'm happy with it. Maybe what would you do? You're the expert.
I'll probably increase the size to just max out the size. Yeah, like 100%, something like that.
Should I play it and see?
Yeah, play and see. Oh, you're gonna wanna open up the playlist.
Fine.
Yeah, you can just do that. Sometimes when you click about on the plugin, it focuses you into the plugin, so
Oh yeah, you're on this,
usual
you're
key
not there.
bands like space
Okay.
and stuff won't work, so you've got to click out.
I mean, to be honest, that sounded really good. I really like that.
Alright,
was-
so you can close this plugin now.
So there, like this.
Yeah, close it. And you can play around with how much you want to hear it. So
Okay.
and if you're happy with that,
What do you think?
no, it's good. Like
Okay.
See, the thing is, when you're able to just do it yourself,
Yeah, it's
You don't
crazy.
even-
You have to.
if it's good
That's
to you,
it,
then
yeah,
it's good
that's
for
it.
the song. Like that's
That's
your
it.
vision.
There's no good right or wrong answer.
Exactly.
Okay, but this entire part.
In a case like this,
If we're trying to finish the song, finish it up, clean it up, everything, and then I go and put another vocal. That is so long.
I mean,
I don't mind doing it.
usually with me,
You
'cause
only
I
do
like
this
to
when
do
everything's
everything in
finished.
steps.
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah.
record everything, so when you're mixing it, you're not
Could
like
double
going
this.
back. Because like when I want to record lyrics, that's like the peak of my the creativity of me actually performing will be. So like if I wait and do it in chunks, like I'm gonna miss the window where not only like the lyrics I wrote and the melodies would be perfect, but me actually performing it, it's like a full moon, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to be.
Recording at like the right time, just do it all one go, and then just mix all in one go as well. So yeah, you can literally do something like that where you just click it once and then you duplicate it.
Yeah, well, that might just be too long. Anyway, I wanted to add adlibs, so maybe that would help it. But this is terrible. Like, it's got nothing here.
Yeah, it is very empty. And I think the clip you just added is out of time. But if you just play it and listen back, we'll see if that's true.
Yeah, it is.
And yeah, that's because you set it to the end of the previous clip, but that's not it's not going to be like it
Yeah.
to be. So if you delete that one, basically what you can do is, just to make sure that it's on the right time you want, you can just click it again, but this time just go into some empty space and just click it at the start of where it will be. So in this case, you know, like, exactly that's the timing you would want, because if you make the start the same, so in this case you want it starting right on the next 16 bars.
Oh,
so you started on bar 9 there, so after 16 bars you literally want it starting on whatever bar that is there.
what's after
17, right on, you want it to start on 17, right
Yeah.
on 17, so one back. Yeah, right there. So if you click this one and then duplicate it straight there, and then drag it to the same position, effectively, like, you know for sure that it's going to be the exact same timing. So if you unmute that track and then hit play,
Bro, this is like maths, bro. Like,
No,
I didn't even realize
this is-
looking at
this
the
is-
numbers. Like, you can.
this is another reason why it's important to set the BPM of the beat to as the same as the
that's why it's
project,
very important. Yeah.
because it allows you to do stuff like this. This only works if they're both synced together. If you were in some random BPM, on some random BPM from working on a random BPM from some other beat, then this tactic doesn't work.
Yeah.
But yeah, as long as it's all
Okay.
set up correctly, you can realistically you can rely on this all the time because your math is always correct.
Okay. Should I just leave it like that? I don't know. Maybe I should.
Oh yeah, for organizational purposes, what I'll do is I'll like press C on your keyboard, and then I'll probably snip off the ends here and ends there. You can zoom in a bit because you might be chopping off like just a little bit of the vocal. Yeah.
I don't know.
Actually, you know what? You can press P on your keyboard. We actually don't have to do it this way. And then if you hover above the edge, you can just slide it.
That's good enough.
Mhm.
And then this.
Mhm.
What am I doing?
See, in this case, if you do Control Z,
Yeah. Oh,
zoom out,
Oh.
and then Control Z again,
That just put it up here.
undo it. Just keep undoing as much as you can. So undo again. Okay, basically you can just do it manually. So if you hover above the start of that clip,
This.
the other end, and then you drag it all the way back out. Oh, sorry. Control Z. Instead, you want to hover above the edge and then click it.
Like this.
Yeah, and drag it out like that. Because basically, what I like to do is if you scroll all the way back up, usually, right, when you're recording, you start recording at predictable times. So this section, it starts right there, and that's like a logical place for it to start.
Oh,
If you
okay.
leave that in, then you can keep on always like just clicking it and duplicating it,
Oh, to the right place.
snapping
yeah.
it on the timings.
Okay.
So usually I just like to get rid of the ends.
Uneven parts. Like this.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. But
Because it's in line.
Yeah, but if you really had to extend this one out, then I would just put it on the next available track. That's what I would do.
Oh, okay.
So when it comes to organising it, there's definitely ways you can do it.
Yeah. Let me hear what this sounds like. Okay.
So if you highlight that clip and drag it all the way up to the track 3.
Nah, this is gonna go messy then.
It's fine, don't worry. A good thing to do, right? If you set it back to what it was. If you press Control, do like Control Alt, and then click your mouse. Oh, sorry.
There or on here?
In empty space. Click and drag. Cool. You make this box, and any clips you highlight in that box, yeah, like that. You say when it goes red like that, that's you saying you want to select it. So if you select it again,
so I select it like that, and I can put it here.
and then instead of using your mouse, if you do, I think Alt, and then use one of the arrow keys on your keyboard.
Any.
Yeah. Or do control up and down maybe.
It's just highlighting these.
Wait, let me see. Let me try and remember. Okay, you can do Control Shift and then Alt. Okay, sorry, Shift and then the arrow keys.
Oh, no way.
You can put it up and down.
Control
All
Shift.
the same. So like Control and then Shift arrow keys. And a really cool one, if everything has the right precise timing,
Damn, you're there, Mr. Clean, bro.
you can just highlight it, do Control B, and it's literally just, it snaps it onto the end.
Yeah, and then you can.
And because everything is already on the right timings, if you just snap it to the end, then it's copying and pasting it the correct place. Because if you just did Control C and then Control V, it kind of just decides where to put it for you. But if you do Control B, then it snaps it right on the end of the whatever current clip.
Isn't this still not correct?
So in this case, if you hit play,
Oh, it is. Yeah.
and this is just like when you're songwriting, if you keep in mind what you're making 8 bars or 16 bars, then you can record that out, and naturally like singers do this. They sing 16 bar verses, 16 bar hooks.
What?
Yeah, I mean, if you just listen to a song like and you just count the bars, then literally every song, the hook.
Do I do it?
Yeah, everyone does it naturally. We
I
all
do it naturally. Okay.
Everyone does it
naturally.
naturally. We like to sing on BPMs that have like 4 beats, like 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, like these types of rhythms.
Okay.
And what happens is like we naturally just like to do 16 bars for a hook, a verse, whatever it is. So right here, like I had no clue how long you wanted it to be, blah blah blah. But you saying you wanted to fill this gap, I see that intuitively you already left 16 bars here, and you can just assume that your mind naturally wanted to drift in that direction.
That's weird.
So you can just copy this, Control C, Control B, and then it's like the math already works out.
Okay.
And that's like,
damn.
yeah, that's one thing you can do.
Studying, bro.
But yeah, so you see, like now that you're looking at some of these clips that just have random start and end times, you can see that it's quite messy to organize it that way. I mean, sometimes you might have to, when there's like a little bit on the end that you want to keep in and stuff like that. But I try to always go for cutting things in like blocks and like Legos where I can just stack them or whatever.
Yeah, mine's messy. Yours usually looks nice and decorated nicely. Look, that looks crazy.
And in this type of case, like we see that Like once you have the layout of your song done, then you can go in even further and you see how you have like these little empty bits here in between each kind of phrase. You can go in there and then just fix those up, and that's like something I do right at the end of the process. But for now, you know, we can just leave that in. And yeah. You can keep just going through and seeing what clips you want to keep, what ones you want to delete.
On here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
Why can't I hear it?
Yeah, you have to turn it on for whatever track you want to hear.
What do you mean turn it on?
So what clip is it that you're trying to listen to?
This one.
Cool. So if you just skip to that bit in the playlist and then hit play. Alright, and then have a look in your mixer. See what's going on. Hit play. Alright. So that recording, I think we never put that in any insert. Yeah. So just double check what insert it's plugged into. Someone's calling me. Oh, it's Kitty. You want it?
Let me see what. Should we pause it? Or is that long?
Yeah, you can pause it. Alright, so yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Out of your head, I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind.
It sounds very nice.
Mm-hmm.
It does sound nice. Like this is crispy, and then with this one, it's more adlib vibe. Like you can tell.
Out of your head, I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind.
At the same time though. Because you can do that, just make the top one like a main vocal, the bottom one an adlib. But
obviously less volume on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But then the thing is, look. Then after, I don't know which one you picked.
Out of your head, I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and you're gone blind. Fancy it.
But then this one also does a.
Temple and you're gone blind. Fancy it, running out of.
Where is it? Is it here?
Temple and you're gone blind. Fancy it, running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice.
Okay, adlib, and these two are. I mean, we don't really need them both. One of them sounded.
Okay, so first just remove the ones you definitely don't want. So if you want to keep one of those, then out of those two, then like which one is it?
Which one would I use?
Yeah, because you
Damn, man.
Fancy it, running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice.
That sounded clean.
Fancy it, running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice.
They sound exactly the same, but I'll keep the top one. The top one sounded a bit more oomph.
Okay, so what you can do is you can either just remove that clip,
Like just like that.
Yeah, if you really don't want it, or sometimes what I like to do is select it and then I just put it like all the way at the bottom, somewhere where it's muted.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I have to do the same for these two.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and I've gone blind. This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and I've gone blind.
Top one was way better. Yeah,
Okay.
it had a
What, and they just put this.
Remove that. Put some at random.
Damn. Okay, now I don't know what the hell this is, and I don't even remember.
So I was waiting for you to come back to this. I saw you do this a while ago, but I didn't say anything because I was like, okay.
Well, you saw me make this.
Yes, I saw you do that, and I was like, okay. I was like, instead I'll just wait for you to see it. And
Wait. You just thought I was doing this on purpose, bro.
no, I knew it was an accident, but I knew that you didn't see that you did it, so I was waiting for it to come up again. You did accidentally put in an extra clip, so if you zoom into what's going on,
There's
there,
2, right?
yeah. So the first one, you don't want that one. You want that one. So if you Control Z, right? Because now you've moved it. If you just slightly highlight above that one, what you can do is right click right now. Yeah, hold it. Right click and hold. Right, and then just hover above it. Yeah, they let go. Boom.
How did I do that?
It was because you were shuffling stuff about and you accidentally clicked it before you.
How did you know I didn't want that part? How was it?
Because it was obviously like an error in like what you
okay.
were doing. You obviously didn't want to put some.
How long ago was that?
I don't know, a while ago.
You're gonna clip and be like, look at this idiot.
Start a counter.
How long I didn't realize, bro.
It's calm, bro. It's calm. But I'm glad you spotted it and like you're like, I didn't put that there.
Yeah.
Because that's the main thing.
Okay, at least I did.
Can't get me out of your head. I've been wandering in your head for the last time. Shotgun.
That's
So
an
I think-
ad-lib.
Yeah, but I think it's being put into track number 3. I think both of them are going into track number 3, which is why they sound a little weird when you play them together.
This one and this one.
Yeah, both of them.
Insert 2. Insert
Or
2.
if you double click them, that's insert 3, and then double click the other one.
Whoa. Insert 3.
Insert 3 as well, so they're just going into the same.
This one needs to go into insert 3. Then this one needs to go into insert. What was ad-libs? 10.
Oh, while we're here.
Whoa, am I doing it right?
Yeah, you are. But while we're here, if you go back to the mixer, if you rename this one to like Toni intro adlibs,
nice.
just so you know what it's for.
Toni. Capital. Come on now.
Put some respect on my name.
It's how you spell reverb.
You don't have to fully do it like that. Just do Toni adlib, intro adlibs, something like that.
That's right. Spend on my name.
Cool. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so yeah, you can go back to doing whatever it is.
You were doing.
Yeah.
That's in, yeah. That's.
All right. Sending it to the correct adlib insert.
This was in 10 or something.
Yeah, somewhere there. Like sometimes I forget as well. Like you can just double check.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Whoa.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wandering in your head for the last time.
Okay,
Alright,
that was
in this case,
easy.
now you're hearing that we have the vocal bender.
Yeah. So it would be what? This one? No, because that one was created way.
Yeah, that's the intro one. That's the intro one. that you
How
just-
the hell did we get the vote? Oh, because the box.
Yeah, that stuff. So first you can decide if you want it on or off right
I
now.
don't know. It's a bit.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wandering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the table and I've gone blind.
Phew.
So do you want it on, off, only on certain bits?
I don't know, bro. It was too much.
Okay, so let's turn it off. Right. So this is like organization again. If you turn on track 13, our blocks are on again. And
On
actually,
here.
if you just hit play now,
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun.
Our blocks are on this track, and obviously when this track's muted, FL Studio doesn't take into regard what we've been saying. So you just have to make sure it's on.
I need to make sure this is on if I'm doing adlibs. Okay.
If you're doing automation,
This is important,
automation
man.
on the adlibs. Like to get it like this, where it's on sometimes and off sometimes, you need automation clips like this.
Why did you have to make this one off as well if this one's already off?
Yeah, you can actually remove that last one.
Oh.
Okay, Control Z, and then do the same thing, right? Click off somewhere, and then right click, hold it.
Oh
boom.
yeah, that's what I've
Right
seen you
click,
do that. You go like, and it just disappears. I've seen you do that bare times. Yeah.
Magic. But I'm glad you picked up on that. That's a.
I've seen you do that before.
Yeah. No, I mean the block that we didn't need the extra one. That's good. That's good. That's good.
I've seen you do that bare times.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of just need to roll the dice. Need to roll the dice. Need to roll the dice.
Bro, it's so annoying because this adlibs usually, you know, they got gaps and stuff, but this adlib is just constant. So I don't know. It sounds a bit messy. I don't know why.
In a case like that, if you only want to keep some of the ad-libs, then you could of course zoom in and start cutting out the words that you want only to be heard, and maybe
that's long.
maybe that can work. That's what I would do. Because, like, if it's too much, then you
This can't get me. This
Okay.
can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of.
You might want to zoom in more, because basically the way that it's set right now, the more you zoom in, the finer you will be able to cut with the settings that are on the playlist right now. Which one do you want?
What did I just do?
Press P, and then that goes back to the pencil. And then if you do the thing right, where click some empty space, right? The other button, whatever the other button is, to get the little X.
Why does it keep doing that?
Or maybe shift click. Well, let me remember how to do this. Right click. Sorry, if you just right click and then do the thing, and then.
Do I need to get rid of that?
Yeah, that was an accident.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see. Oh, what the hell am I doing? Why can't I
there you go.
use the pencil?
So,
what do I use to drag up? Because usually I do that. You said zoom in. And then how do I...
So if you want to zoom in even more, like, okay, one thing you can do, right? If you don't want to zoom in all the way to have finer cutting, you can come up to this little magnet. Yeah, click it and then go none. And this is just going to let you cut wherever you want from whatever distance you want. Oh, I think there is an error there with the automation clip. You changed that, but we'll come back to that later. There's something on the automation clip, but we'll check that later.
I don't even know what the automation clip is there.
That's just the blocks. That's just the technical term. Is just called automation. But yeah, I just call them blocks. Like yeah, you see, there's a little point. But we can get back to that later, bro. It really doesn't matter.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time.
I have no clue what I would cut out, bro. Wait, what the hell? Oh, this is what I did wrong.
Yeah.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun
To the temple and the goal line. And then, okay.
So you just want the shotgun?
No, like.
This can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the
And then
shotgun, and I don't talk to the tempo, and I've gone blind. Like I'll just.
So end it after the shotgun bit.
This is where I need to zoom in because I'm doing it wrong.
Mm.
And I cut it twice because I can just do. Hey yo. Did I cut it here?
Yeah, there's a cut there.
So.
You want to get rid of that bit?
Now I can like do the little scroll thing, but which one do I press?
To
Pencil, right?
yeah, or P.
I just press P like that,
Yeah.
and then I can drag this like that.
Okay. Yeah.
And then here, I cut.
There is a cut to the left. Left
There.
a bit. Left a bit. Left.
Oh,
left.
here.
Yeah, right there. Right there.
Damn man, I'm really bad at this, bro.
In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet right.
That okay. Where would I get to?
In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need a roll the dice, need a roll the dice, need a roll the dice. In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet.
I did like the thanks to you.
Mm-hmm.
What, you agree?
It's your song.
In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need a roll the dice. In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need a roll the dice.
Oh, but I like that.
Need a roll the dice. Need a roll the dice.
Okay, maybe that's alright, you know. You don't need to do too much.
Wondering in your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need a roll the dice. Need a roll the dice. Need a roll the dice.
Bro, that's it, you know.
Yeah, calm.
That's it. I don't need to do anything else. Wait, am I looking at other stuff that was good? What the hell is this?
I have no clue.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this because I've done it. Why then? This. And I can open this because I don't know what it is. I don't even know what this is.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
These are the adlibs that we've already done. You did them. Okay.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
They're alright adlibs, I mean, they're dead, but
You want to keep them or not?
might as well.
Might as well keep them.
Yeah. What's in here though?
More adlibs.
I've got too many adlibs.
There's 4 tracks of adlibs there.
Okay, maybe I'll get rid of that then. Just because it's confusing.
Yeah.
Not too much. Not too much.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering.
This is just the exact same thing that I do up here.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell.
Okay, why did I do so many takes of the same thing, bro?
I mean, now you're starting to see that doing too many takes.
It's not good.
Yeah.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
Oh wait,
I've been alone, baby, all by.
something's moving around in that part.
I've been alone, baby, all by.
Did you hear that?
Like Samia.
I don't know, bro.
Something rubbing.
I think it was your CP code, but I don't know why.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants a secret, so don't kiss and tell.
Yeah, you can hear something drop right there as well.
Okay, then it looks like
So
that
it's
one's done
definitely not this one, bro.
I've been alone, baby, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
Okay, what the hell is this then?
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see side. Hearing your voice,
Get the hell out of here then. What am I doing? I can just do this. Wait, is this the same thing?
Yeah.
You just make it look cool.
But one
you
is
got-
faster than the other.
Okay, so I can start like moving stuff,
Yeah, start moving it around to
making it look nicer.
way neat. Because right now it's just like you just splat it out.
Yeah, bro.
Like some CS:GO spray. It's all
But
right.
how do you usually organize them? Does it matter, or do you do whatever? Like, do you
So-
put adlibs on the bottom and main on the top, or?
Me usually, like I can do this bit if you want.
Okay,
Like,
I want to see.
I can swap back in.
What the hell are you doing? Were you writing something? I'm looking at my diary.
I wrote a tiny bit. But not much. That's usually how I take notes, bro. At least we just splat it out. And then I'll come back to it later if I need.
What's that?
What does that say? Oh, that's literally what you said. You said you wanted vocals that were like this and that to sound like So I wrote that down.
Damn, that's cold, you know. Like, imagine you work with artists and like, bro, like, I heard you've produced music before, bro. Like, I love it. And then you're like, okay, what do you want? Okay, I want this one. And you start writing like squiggly. give me 2 minutes. You walk in the studio, you close the door behind them. They're just waiting in the waiting room, and then you come out here.
A little USB stick.
Listen to this. Tell me what you think.
Bruh. So, right away, I like to put the most important stuff at the top. So this stuff at the bottom, we definitely don't want it, right? So, I'm just gonna delete that. And then this, do we want this?
It's literally just me going, this is so much.
So we don't want that. We don't want it.
I mean, that's the thing. There's going to be a part of the song that's empty, but it's not empty because I've doubled the intro adlib thing. But maybe the intro adlibs is too long. And does the intro adlibs need some other adlibs where they're doing it the way I'm doing the?
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
On
that's
these
what I wanted
ones.
to do. I forgot to do that.
Well, we can add some delay to make it sound more full, by having like a little bits would also be nice. I mean, let's see if there's anything good. So something like that, right? To mix them on top of each other. And I actually want the other setting, and then the rest of these.
That did sound
The
cool.
the first half was definitely
Yeah,
100%
the
there.
fucking no, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, we'll just remove that.
Bro, you're talented, bro. Damn, man. My brain hurts, and I was at it for like 5 minutes, bro. My head is actually physically hurting, bro.
I mean, it's calm, bro. You'll sleep on it, taking the information,
Yeah, bro.
and then the more you do it, it's just
Yeah, exactly.
you'll be there in no time. Cool. So we want this, and these ones here. So we want those, right? There's this one at the bottom here. Compared to this one. Okay, I'm guessing you want the top one.
Okay, let me chill.
Let's see what this one is. Do you want both these adlibs? Obviously we can clean it up and put them on separate tracks, but if you only want one of them, then we'll just keep one.
I like both, but
we can make another insert for those ones, so we'll keep these two at the bottom and then this one here.
Are you wondering about what I said? You're hearing my voice, can't get me out of here. Are you wondering about what I said? You're hearing my voice, can't get me out of your head.
So I'm guessing you want that one.
You're wondering about what I said.
So you want to keep that one?
Yeah, that is that part that I'm singing. Is what are you saying? That's an adlib.
Nah, it sounds like a main vocal.
But do I say it already?
That's what we gotta figure out. Okay, so this one was never checked out. Let's go through.
I know you wondering about what I said.
Yeah, so that was supposed to replace.
You've been alone, baby, you're by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know you wondering about what I said.
Because that part is supposed to do that part. But check this out.
Which one?
That top one above it.
You've been alone, baby, you're by yourself.
So we don't want this one.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, all right. I was gonna check them both because bro, is the only reason why I've taken loads of takes is because my mic is not great.
Oh, the static.
It starts doing the static, and as soon as the static is so quiet when I'm recording that I think I hear it. So if I think I hear it, I start recording.
Okay.
I record another take.
Okay.
But then while I'm recording that take, I'm thinking of the static, so I start forgetting the lyrics that I'm even. Bro, the static is messing me up bad, bro.
I mean, yeah, this is.
But that is a clean. That is a clean.
We gotta try some recording with this.
Yeah, man. I need to start
see if it's
upgrading my stuff, man. Why is it keep doing that? Because that's happened a lot, and it happens on mine as well. And I was gonna ask you. On my laptop, and this might happen for a lot of people, hopefully it doesn't, but when I record, and I know I record right on the beat, like drop, and then I'll check my recording and it will be delayed every single time, and it's so annoying.
Alright, okay, so you're recording on time but it doesn't sound on time. Maybe.
Yeah.
Alright, so the reason that's happening is because your latency settings are all whack. So it is true, you are recording on time, but basically latency, it has like multiple different names, like latency, buffer length, as we see here, maybe some other names elsewhere in some other sayings. But basically, the higher this number, the more delayed your recordings are going to be. And the lower the number, the less delayed your recordings are going to be. So obviously you're instantly thinking, okay, why not just set the number to 0 all the fucking time? But the reason is because the lower the number is, the more taxing it is on your laptop or hardware or whatever you're running this on. So if you're on a really
rubbish laptop,
and your interface is poor quality, you putting the buffer length onto 0 is going to introduce problems like the clicking.
Oh, loads of clicking, yeah, I know, crazy.
And stuff like your recording. I mean,
so
it's going to be on time.
Before I do anything, I need to get a better interface.
I mean, that's like half of the problem. You need a good interface and good enough hardware to make the most of the interface.
That must be good enough hardware.
I believe, yeah, it is going to be good enough. So really, in your case, you just need a better interface. And then when you set up your interface, you want to go into your audio settings, and
everyone with a whack interface and laptop has left the video.
I mean, that's why it's happening. I mean, that's unfortunately the reason that it happens.
Yeah, man, you need to go studio. You can't do it at home.
Unless you have a good setup.
Yeah, if you got a good setup, stay on the video.
Exactly. So you want to go into your settings in the input. Just make sure it's on the right driver. You don't want direct sound devices. You want ASIO devices. And I already know like this interface, the SSL2 Plus. In the settings,
this guy, bro, I knew, bro. As soon as you said, bro, you had to say the whole interface. SSL2 Plus, by the way.
Just in case you were wondering what interface I have.
That's funny.
Came a long way from the Scarlett Solo, bro.
Damn.
But yeah, in the settings, you want to make sure it's all the same. And for what we have right now, it's SSL driver 1. Put that there, and then in the buffer link there, you want to click this. It's gonna show this menu, and you want to go to.
I remember that TikTok you made when you got this, and you were like throwing the one away or something like that.
When I made them talk to each other.
Yeah.
At least she treats me like I'm somebody.
Yeah, but would she love you if you were nobody?
Nobody loved me when I was nobody.
I did. Before the money. And before the fame.
That one went crazy. That TikTok actually did well.
It's true though, bro. You gotta upgrade when you can. Don't get too attached to your hardware. Like sometimes you use something and you get so used to using it that you don't want to use anything else. But when the things that you use stop benefiting you and you have the resources to upgrade them, just save yourself the time and upgrade them. It might be long to learn something new, but you don't want to do that.
You're talking from experience. You must have been in love with your old interface, bro.
Yeah, and it's like I'm so used to it, and it's like, oh, I don't really want to learn how to like set up my recordings in a different way. But it's like any interface, I'll just work in it because I know like what the little bits and bobs do. But yeah, you want to go into here, push the sample. Push the number down as far as you can. So we could try 16, but we'll see if the laptop can hack it. I mean, it should, but you never really know. And it also depends like how many effects you have in your project. So like if you have a project and you have a lot of effects in the project, it's going to be more taxing on your laptop to run the project at a smaller latency. So what you can do is when you have your beat in here and you set up your microphone in some random insert, you can push this number all the way down because it's going to be easier for your laptop to run at a smaller latency. And then once you're done recording where you actually need the lower latency, then you can up the sample size or buffer length up to like something normal, like 500, where you don't need it anymore. Where you give some juice back to your laptop.
I mean, your laptop just started making.
I don't know if that's.
Yo, did you do?
I have no clue. We're gonna leave this at a random number, but yeah, that's the main things to do with that. So. Were we keeping this one?
You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell.
So to start organizing this, this is okay. This is just going to be extreme A+ organizational skills. We're gonna rename, recolor this to something like. What color are you feeling for the main vocals? What type of vibe are we giving off today?
I was gonna say purple, but you're already using purple.
Not in here. It's fine if we want to do it again.
Oh, like the actual thing.
Yeah, we're gonna give all the main vocals a unique
I
color.
like the baby blue. I can't lie.
Oh, right here,
Baby blue.
like this.
Yeah.
Cool.
The ocean, because I'm underwater.
And then we're gonna make all of this. Actually, this one is an adlib type of sound. So on this one, that's actually a main vocal. So that one I'll put at the top. And then these adlibs, what color you want to make the adlibs?
Don't know what's gonna go baby blue now. What color are you thinking?
Okay, yeah, we can go with the green, something like that. And the beat,
Black. No, I'm joking.
I mean, you could if you really wanted to. Let's go. It says blue, but this is like a very purplish, something like this.
Oh, that's cool.
So right, beat, main vocals here, cool, adlib vocals there, and then what I like to do. Is this the right one? No, that's not gonna work because that's for something different. Okay. So these adlibs I'm gonna put at the bottom there. These adlibs here, I'm gonna bring these up, and I can't remember which ones it is exactly that we want.
Don't kiss and tell, really been wondering. Don't kiss and tell, really been wondering.
I think it was the second one. We're gonna chop those. We're gonna change color, go green. Green again, we're gonna go in the same green. Cool. We're gonna change
This is
the
actually
color.
quite good to look at what adlibs is and what the main. Yeah, this is nice. I'm gonna start doing this.
And remember this
The blocks.
block is to do with one of the adlib vocals, so we may as well just make it green as well, but like maybe a darker green. And then what else do we have here? That's the one that
Why
keeps
does it keep
playing.
doing that?
I'm not sure.
You've been alone, baby. My head. Push it, get out of my head.
Again.
I think what's going on here is like there's some automation clip that's saying it to go to track 2, and then like it keeps getting turned on when you play the song. So I mean that's what I think. I'm not actually like 100% sure. Okay, we only have one automation going on. It doesn't. Maybe if you just duplicate it.
Push it, you've been alone. Get out of my head. You've been alone.
Okay, he's working now.
Okay, hopefully it keeps working, but I don't know.
Render it out and it just.
I don't know what's going on, so I just duplicate the clip. So making a new clip. That seems.
Get out of my head. You've been alone.
So is this a main vocal that we want?
Get out of my head. You've been alone, baby.
Cool. So in this case, I'll change the color to a main vocal color, and then I'll try put it right on the same line as the other one. But as you can see, they bleed into each other. So in this case, I'll just put it on the next available line like so, and just do it that way. Because obviously sometimes you can't get the thing starting on the exact same lines. So yeah, I'll just put it on the next available line. Let's see what else we have. There we have these adlibs here as well.
Alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know you want it.
Do you want those ones in?
Yes.
Cool. So
Well, those were adlibs we haven't even seen before. I thought I've seen. Yeah.
we have seen them before, but I can't remember if you wanted them in. So these ones, bring them all the way up, and then in this case,
Are they meant to have the?
Let's see if they're on that same insert real quick.
Alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my
Yeah, they are on the same one. And in this case, right? Actually, they do overlap, but we can just trim. In this case, we can just trim them like that. And then here, at this stage of the process, I'd probably just cut out all the little in-between bits because to clean it up more. And then on the edges again, you can just click on the little triangle.
Smooth it out. It's like you cut wood. You need to sand it down.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You gotta sand it down.
That is such a good analogy, bro.
That's a good
That
one.
is exactly what he's doing.
You don't want. You're
don't
cutting
want
it to
a
the
splitter,
length you
bro.
want, but you don't want rough edges. And then in this case, it probably makes sense to put the snap on none, so I can just cut wherever I want. And then what's this, a breath? Well, actually, do you want that breath?
It sounded cool.
Cool. So I'm just gonna cut this random pop here.
Get out of here,
That's
man.
that slight little pop there. Keep the breath. In, it sounds like.
Ooh, that is nice.
Let me just make it smoother because it
Start
is.
breathing into the mic.
It is quite
Come on,
harsh. See, and we just smooth it out. Like by default, you kind of just want to put it in a little bit, but in cases like that, where if I take this off, there's like a slight little, yeah. So if we just smooth them out a little bit more. It's much smoother, sounds more natural. We don't need so much on the end here. So we'll see what this is. So this is a main vocal, I'm guessing. Same thing, if it's a main vocal, then we'll give it the main vocal color. So in this case, I like to put the main vocals all the way to the top, and if in this case the top is clean, there's nothing overlapping, so I can just leave it in there.
Now I'm thinking of the second part to the song. Damn it!
We'll see what this is here. I'm guessing another main vocal. Change the color, main vocal color. Clean up the edges. Hit play.
Things are yet running out of options. Need to roll the dice. Need to roll the dice. Need to roll the dice.
So again, I would put it all the way to the top, but you see it overlap, so just put it on the next available one.
Veins into each other.
Exactly.
I like that. It's like veins, like you can't.
Just stomp one out. Well, what's this? It's the same one, but I'm guessing this is the take we want at the top.
I believe so.
Cool.
Oh, I think it was a higher. Maybe it was an adlib.
For the last time, shotgun.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll save this one then. We'll make this one green. Change color, go green. Cool. And I think it was 10.
For the last time,
Yeah, just leave like that.
shotgun to the temple and it.
Clean it up.
Shotgun.
That could be hard. Just a shotgun noise.
I mean,
Shotgun.
you could do that.
Shotgun.
For a brand new guitar, I was thinking of doing like a guitar smash noise.
Like,
When,
poing.
yeah. Like when I
Yeah.
say, "No, I'm smashing it."
That's
It's
actually
like
good.
a guitar.
Wow.
Alright, chop it up, make it all clean.
I can't with the shotgun in there now.
I mean, if you really want to do it, we can do it. What do you want to?
Okay. Would it be long?
No.
You have to go out there and find
Short.
down. They can see everything you've been looking at, bro. They can see you're secretly a trader, bro. You're gonna edit this now.
I put in shoutgun SFX for sound effects. We'll see what people.
Damn.
I'm gonna turn this down. You want that one?
Dog, that's crazy.
Do you want it?
Yeah, I mean that's cold.
Alright, cool. So let's
Why is
just.
the reload so lit? It's really like and then
We can just cut it up. It's fine. So we go YouTube to MP3. Actually, I think I have one.
AK-47 and a carbine.
Oh no, I don't have it on here. YouTube to MP3.
let's just start saying guns.
AK-47 and a carbine. Shotgun. To the temple and a carbine.
Alright, let me chill.
Download. You basically just want to go to any YouTube to MP3 website, paste in the link, download it, and then where is it? It did not download. Is this website gonna work? Convert. And then hit download. Okay, it doesn't like it. Let's try this one. Download MP3.
Shotgun. To the temple and a carbine. Just a shotgun. Shotgun.
whole song goes quiet. It's just the shotgun.
I don't know why this one. Okay, that one doesn't want to work either.
If it's long, I can make the noise with my gun. I'm joking. I don't have a gun.
Shotgun, AK-47, carbine. Thanks to you, running that up since the early times. Got a dirty girl and shooting your face.
Okay, this one worked. This one worked. Can sample the CS:GO.
How did you just do that?
So just download it off the internet. And then in this case, I just duplicate it because I can't be asked to go find whatever folder it's in. And then do it that way because sometimes
What insert would this go into?
literally anyone. We can just do any empty one. So I just go to.
I can't put an auto tune on the shotgun.
Nah.
It starts sounding crazy, man. It's like. I'm bugging.
Nah, this time just go to any random insert, Control Shift L, Control L, and then yeah, you just use it really to just turn it down, or EQ because there might be some random noises in there you don't want. When you get sounds off the internet.
That's crazy.
And you can put the shotgun right on the drop.
Whoa! It made the whole thing shake, bro.
Okay, and then like I was saying, the little reload bit, it might be a little too far back. So we just clean up the sound a bit. Maybe turn this bit down. And then kind of decide on the time. So I think the reload should come like somewhere here. And then what we can do.
Lewis can do everything. So I can do everything, bro.
But it's like once you know the basics, it's like again like I just wanna EQ it a bit. You might wanna
EQ the fucking shotgun.
You might wanna put like a tiny bit of reverb.
What?
But this time, you probably want to turn the mix all the way down. Move this like here. Just something low key like that, and then maybe pan it off to one side. So something like that, if you wanted to do that and get a sound off the internet. And then we have more adlibs. So we want adlib colors. Boom. And you wanted both of these, right? So right now both of them are on track 10, but that's just going to cause clashing. At this point you can use this
Isn't it because they're both being played at the same time?
yeah, so you can either use this extra adlib slot that you have now or make a new one, depending on if you want the type of effects to be different.
Can't we do a new one and copy and paste everything that's already on the original?
You can do that. You can do that as well.
I know how to do everything right now. No, I'm joking.
Okay. You can have a go.
Okay.
And
I need to try learn everything.
yeah, try sorting out
I
code
really
the
just
rest.
listen to the whole thing and then have slow it down and then do the reverse thing as well. But
Like switch ups on the end.
I know how to do the reverse thing. It's like, oh, like that, and then you go to this. Whoa. No, but you do it to a whole.
The reverse button. That's the
Oh,
one that
that's-
flips it.
Oh, okay.
For the last time, shotgun to the tender and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options, middle.
Why is it this and this? Oh, it's these two.
Yeah, those ones.
For the last time, shotgun to
Huh?
for the last time, shotgun. For the last time, shotgun. For the last time, shotgun.
They sound the exact same, bro.
I mean, if they sound the exact same. Then
There was
it's
some. It was something else, wasn't it?
It might be. Maybe one of the other ones.
You wondering about what I said.
It was this, I think.
Okay, so you can just the ones you're just on now. You can delete the ones that you're not going to
This.
use. Yeah. Just beheaded.
You wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. You wondering.
Cool. So I think right at the end.
It was this part at the end. Yeah, you can hear that. I'm trying to do like a.
overlap.
You wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me.
It's not even. Oh, it is. What?
So hit play.
You wondering about what I said. You wondering about what I said.
It'd be here. Yeah, it's not.
I mean, is it?
It's on 3. That's why.
Wait, hit play.
You wondering about what I said.
Right.
It's on 3, so it should be on.
10 at least for whatever the
You wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice sounds good. I've been wondering.
Do you want the effects
Am I
like
bugging? Wasn't it high or something? I don't even know what.
You can take it high if you want.
Yeah, this. Maybe this is.
You wondering about what I said.
Yeah, it's not. Am I bugging? What?
So get the on block.
This one.
Yeah. Yeah. Click it. Yeah, click it. I think we're gonna have another. I think there's gonna be another issue because right now you see the green clips at the top.
Yeah, I was so confused, man. Damn, man. Okay. Let's look in. Let's look in.
So right now, the clips at the top, the green ones.
These two.
Those are just the blocks, but you see the tracks above it, yeah, and then the one above that, right? Those ones, they're also on track 3. So right now you're attempting to put 2 things into track 3. So if you
Aren't
use
these on track 10?
oh sorry, 10,
10,
sorry,
10.
they're both on track 10.
Oh,
yeah.
so I need to use something else.
Yeah. So if you want to use the pitch up effect, like you might need to make a new insert for another track of adlibs in this case.
Okay, bro.
So do you want them like?
I don't really. these two. Everything else sounds way crazier.
Okay, then you can just delete them.
Was it this then? What was it that was like? I think you already put it in.
Okay, in that case, we don't have to do anything really.
I know you wonder about what I said. I've been wondering.
It was these two.
Okay, so what do you want to do for the overlap there?
Do you know what I mean? That's what it was.
I know you wonder about what I said. I've been wondering.
No, that's. I mean, you can hear it, but you can't hear it. Like it's that little. It's just beautiful, but maybe because it overlaps.
It does overlap.
Is that why it's not
Yeah, that's
coming
why.
out properly?
Yeah, that's why it's not coming out properly. So you have to pick which one you want.
Either this one or this one.
Yeah. Or like.
I've been wondering.
Always make a new insert.
You said you can always make a new insert.
Yeah, you can always make a new insert if you have stuff overlapping and you don't want it to overlap.
Let me just see what this sounds like.
But you might just want one or
I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun.
Huh. I did this to it, and then I pressed Control Z, and I pressed it loads of times. By the way, I don't know what I've done, but it didn't come back.
Oh, there's supposed to be a little bit there.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this case, if you hover above the clip next to it, right? If you hover over the left edge, yeah, and then click and drag all the way out. Oh no, there's nothing else there. No, that is the start. There's nothing more. There's nothing more on the other side.
I've been wondering in your head for the last. I've been wondering.
Yeah. Okay, I'm bugging.
Yeah, you're bugging on that one.
I've been wondering.
I'll make it a little bit louder. Doesn't
Okay.
matter. It doesn't matter.
In that case, you can hover above the clip, right?
This.
Yeah, and you see the half circle at the bottom.
This.
If you click it and hold, and then drag up or down, you can increase the volume.
Okay, I just.
If you zoom into the playlist right there, zoom into the playlist so you can see what's going on. And then if you hover above
Make it hella louder.
that little box there,
This.
up a bit.
This.
Yeah, click that, and then click and hold, up or down.
Oh.
You can make them longer, like on a chart.
Okay, like on a chart.
Cool. So then if you do the same thing,
I've been wondering.
hover above the half circle, and then drag it up or down. Now you can see what it's actually doing. It's just raising and lowering the volume.
I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple. I've been wondering.
Let me see what this sounds.
I've been wondering in your head for the last time.
That's perfect.
Shotgun to the temple.
Well, what do you think? What did I? Is it very, very different now? Is this part?
If I was grading you on production, like
That would be a zero.
That's like
Very bad.
B. That's B. You can get away with it, right? When you
Yeah.
post a song, people might not be able to hear it, but it's not A+. Like in this instance, because there's two things that overlap, right? And they're going into the same insert.
Yeah, I know. I could
I would
literally.
make a new insert.
Okay, so let me undo everything.
It's calm. You can go on the half circle and then put it until it says.
I think
middle.
I actually undid it until.
Okay, that's calm then.
So I'd make a new insert.
So first, figure out where are both of these vocals going to. What insert is that?
It says insert 2, but that's not true. It's insert
Basically,
10.
that's the file name.
Oh, okay.
And that can change though when you duplicate stuff, put stuff in a certain insert. So don't worry about file name too much.
Okay, so they're both in number 10.
Cool. So you know that you need to duplicate insert 10. So go to the mixer. And then so tracks for A plus production, you want to copy 10, 11, 12, make copies of both of them, put that in a new track, in new inserts, and then copy over. Okay, we'll do A plus right now. We'll do it one by one, right?
Oh,
so don't worry about that. Go back to right click, and then file, and then the second option, click and hold. You have to click and hold it. Remember.
File.
Click and hold. Cool. Drag it to some empty space. Yeah.
23.
Yeah. And then do that for the next two inserts.
Not these two. This is already in there. This.
No, we do want those ones. We do want those ones.
Yeah, because they're not.
Because those are the effects associated with that adlib insert.
So are they in here or in the
next one? We want the exact same setup.
Okay, shift.
And then empty one.
Shift control. Yes. Interesting.
Cool. So now
I'd go back and put it into 23, but I need to link these two.
How do you do that?
Okay, you're testing my skill now. It's definitely this, but it's to this one. So
cool.
Whoa.
If you remove those, you're thinking correct, but basically, remember before you link stuff up, you need to select the origin of the sound. So right now you've selected one of the effects you want it to go to, but if you instead select the adlib insert, the main one.
This. Actually just press
actually select it. Yep. Cool. And then now you press the arrows to send it off. Yep.
Like that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how we do it. It's really important you do it the right way.
And now I just put this or this one. This one.
I usually do I'll do the second one in this case because the top one started first.
Okay.
It shouldn't have priority. You can obviously do it in either one, but
and this is literally gonna sound completely different.
it's gonna sound fine.
I've been wondering in your head for the last time.
They're not clashing with
Yeah.
each other anymore. If you go to the mixer,
I've been
no. Sometimes you actually want to do that. You want to make stuff louder, clips louder.
If I had the headphones on, I could hear everything and know
you
exactly what I want.
It would be a lot more clear.
So I need to everyone mix with headphones. Put your headphones in. I'm joking.
Professionals, see, this is the thing, right?
They don't use headphones.
They have like big monitors and stuff like that.
Oh, so you can hear everything perfect.
But the thing is, I'm just so used. I'm so used to headphones that I just like a good pair of like high quality headphones. That's how I'll properly.
I wish I could be like, yeah. This is a picture of Si's headphones right now. That's how used to the headphones he is, bro. When your headphones look like that, you've reached, bro. You reached expert level. And that's his fourth pair. I'm joking.
It's actually my first, bro.
No,
same one.
Damn,
Back in the day. So yeah, that fixes that problem.
That-
If you go back to the mixer, right?
Just
If you actually let me just see.
look
what
at
the,
all these inserts for you, bro. What's the biggest number you've seen on an insert?
that's probably Hello World.
Damn.
We can take a look at that project. So if you do shift control, right, highlight multiple inserts,
Yeah.
and then shift and scroll up or down, you can shift all of them in one go. So in this case, we copied this adlib over here, so it makes sense to locate the copy where the original is.
It's like a Joker vibe going on right here.
Exactly, a Joker theme. You can do different color themes if you want, man. Whatever themes you're feeling. And then you might want to rename this one to like Toni adlib extra, something like that. So you know what it's doing as well.
I can't even see the buttons. Damn. Someone's gonna put L typer in the comments.
I mean, bro, if you're watching at this point until the video, like how many hours is this? Say, like,
damn, yeah, true.
Leave a like, innit?
Yeah, if you actually watched till here, you have to comment. Nah, I'm not gonna do that because comment giraffe. I was gonna say.
Comment your favorite shortcut that you've seen, bro.
Okay, bet, yeah.
A little learning point. Alright, so now what's next?
Listening to the song and enjoying it. No, I'm joking. You've done this. I mean, there's nothing else. There's this. What the hell is this?
I don't know if you want that.
Gone blind, things we had when we know I'm just need all the touch, need all the touch, need all the touch.
Highlight that one, right? So in some empty space, what was it like? Shift click.
Oh.
Get rid of that. Control shift click. Oh yeah. And then do shift up arrow. And this way you know 100% is still on time. Because sometimes when you're shifting it with the mouse, like you might accidentally move it. Yeah, you can just put it there.
And then as soon as I press A, it's gonna do that. Why?
That's fine, just remove it. That's why I sometimes just make a random one and remove it quick, because I want to deselect whatever
I
had going on.
But this is already kind of clean, like you don't really need to do anything here. Maybe just
Tiny bit, yeah, literally just like that.
maybe it's
Yeah, so you can literally just get lost in the little details.
yeah, bro. You've definitely been like, it's been like 6 hours. You're still like closing the thing nice, bro. I'll be here for ages, bro.
Exactly.
Cause I'm particular with stuff sometimes, bro.
And sometimes, bro, you just have to stop yourself and be like, okay, like that.
No, I'm joking. Everything's looking nice.
Okay, you have just a couple more clips at the beginning and just one. I don't actually think we're using that one.
This?
The one at the bottom, the grey one. Yeah.
It's at the beginning. That is the. Okay, watch the skill. Oh. No.
Bro, literally A+ producer.
Bro, you didn't even know. Okay, wait. You did loads of cuts. You were going to clean this up, weren't you?
Oh yeah, we were saying that like you want some of these adlibs, but then some of them you don't really want. I think after we played this, like we wanted all of them. So I'm not sure if we still want all of them or if we want a couple of them.
What the hell is that there? I heard something nice there. That's not good. I heard something here. That was really nice.
Check it out, innit?
Oh, I thought I went, and it sounded melodic, but I just did a little weird, like.
could just have that there as well.
Like that.
I mean, that's just messy there. It sounded nice from the beginning part, but this could really just be. That's too messy there. It sounds nice. Like this on its own does sound like. It's kind of out of nowhere.
So in that instance, like, what would you be looking to do? You could get rid of it, or maybe you're thinking, you want to make it more forward, like delay, maybe copy paste it a bit so it's not so empty. Stretch it out like in that type of way. Oh yeah, you could just get rid of it.
I was gonna get rid of it, but
Yeah,
now that
fine.
you said that, I was thinking, like, what would it sound like if it went crazy? Like, it's already in 10, which is a very crazy. It's already got the stuff we want it to have. So if it's not doing it for you, I'm just. Oh damn! Like,
Bruh, clipping someone's toes off.
I see it like a lightsaber.
Bro, literally, bro. Imagine you're like trying to show off, you accidentally cut your friend's arm.
cut
Oh
someone's
shit,
arm.
that's what you just did there.
There's no controls there. You just can't do nothing. Ooh. I'm cooking. I mean, not crazy, not like amazing, but just put this here, because I did like when I say something and right here it's like the empty part. I repeat it and it sounded nice. See, I could repeat that. I could just have it again, but maybe that's too repetitive.
Bro, it's your song, man.
How did you do it? How did you even do that thing where it was last time when you literally like
Just halved it and then Control C, Control B.
huh?
Or when I did, if you do like Control C right now, and then Control B, like something like that.
Oh yeah.
But basically, it's not gonna work this time
Yeah.
because
It's not in. Cause
if you want it to work right, so you just want this bit.
yeah.
Cool. So you just get rid of that.
I
And
could have
then
just put that bit there.
zoom into this area right here. Cool. So you see your cut here. Basically, just drag it until it's right on the edge, right on the 9. And let's just double check it. Click the magnet and then go cell, because we don't want to have no snapping right now. And then take the edge of this one and then slide it all the way back to the 9. Let's zoom in. Is that right on it? Yeah. Okay,
This has to be in a 9 as well, right?
No, that one doesn't actually have
Oh,
to.
okay.
What we need to do is zoom out,
And then
at the end, so let's have a think. Do you want it? So copy and paste this block there, or are you looking to copy and paste this one there?
I have no clue.
So you wait a bit, wait a bit, wait a bit, and then you hear it again around here.
Right here.
Okay.
So I have to do it like.
So get the edge of this one, right, for temporarily, and then just put it all the way out to 17. All the way. Oh, back a bit onto 17.
17.
You might.
Not 17.
You're gonna have to. Oh, in this case, right? Just put it over, extend it over, and then do C on your keyboard. Go above it on 17, bar 17. Yeah, and then click down. Yep. Let go, and then you're going to want to press P. And yeah, just slide it. Yeah, there you go. Cool.
Cut it off.
So now if you highlight all of this.
Just this part. All of it.
Yeah, and then Control C, Control B. This is gonna be on time.
And then I can clean it up.
Yeah, and then you can clean it up.
Damn. Oh wait, no, you don't want to do that because that shows it's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, A star.
Right now, this is B plus. I would say, like, once you're done playing around with the timing of the box, then you can time out the right and the left.
Say that again.
So once you're done shifting it around to where you want, you can get more precise with like how you drag it back in. But that's once you're done.
What the hell is this?
That's an off block.
Oh.
So you can put it on the same.
Oh my god.
You can put it on the same track as the rest of it. Perfect. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Usually I right click and then that shit happens. Fucking hate. Okay. I'm just getting distracted now. Bro, that's it. That's not enough.
I mean, that is it, but
Usually
not quite enough for a
cook
song.
stuff. Now what do you even do? Or is there just actually not enough?
There is not enough
Yeah.
right now,
Okay.
but that can't stop you from
Finishing the song.
going crazy.
Damn, so how the hell
Okay, now's a good time to just play the whole song and just listen.
should I from the start start?
Yeah, from the start. Let's just listen.
There was a weird little glitchy here thing. Can you hear that?
Play again.
You hear like
That. Okay, yeah, we can just go back in there and just tighten up the start there. Like drag it in more. Yeah, see if that does it.
A star.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voice, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby,
Did you
all by
hear that?
myself.
Right here. Oh no.
The effect cut out.
Nah.
What happened?
there was two different. You see right here where I was like, the high. This was.
Yeah, it's not high like
Yeah.
others. Why do you think that is?
Because this is a.
So that's it off what? Yeah, just yeah. Literally just put
That's
it
it.
to the side. Yeah.
Wait, did you know that, or were you testing me, or
I
you just
didn't know
realized?
that. I didn't know that, but I let you figure it out.
Okay.
She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voice, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, you're by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know you wonder about what I say. Hearing your voices, I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the table when you've gone blind. Can't see it running out of options. Need a roll the dice. Need a roll the dice. Need a roll the dice.
But why does it feel so like?
Empty.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it feels so like all the adlibs are like so like. Is it because, bro? Is it because I'm making it that to me it sounds weird? Because if you just render this out and send it to me, I'd be gassed as shit. I bet. But because because I know I touched it, bro. I feel like you tainted it, bro. I feel like I damaged. Do you know what I mean? Bro?
I know what you mean. But this right now, I need some water, man.
Do you want me to get you?
Yeah, I need a cup. I need like a big cup.
I'll get you a big cup.
Waiting on some more right now. We'll get back to it soon. I hope the audio is all good. Like it hasn't been too long on like the quality's not too bad. Picking up the audio from the speakers. So, if you heard this song, what would you think?
What, like
As it is right now.
Nah. Why?
I'm just asking. So like.
And what's the? Is there? A
No, like if you heard this song, like what would you think?
Nah.
But like
Not
why
good
would you?
enough, bro.
But why would you think that?
I don't know.
Let me just render this out.
You're rendering it out.
We'll do like this is like Toni mix right here.
Oh, bro.
And then we'll edit the last little bit, and we'll hear the difference. Wandering Toni.
What is it? I bet there's like. Are you showing me the secret recipe, bro?
I mean, not secret recipe, but
You're
it's
about
like
to show me the secret recipe.
you know we're gonna go from good to great.
Oh,
That's
God.
what we're gonna do. Cool. Save that. And then we'll just render it out. So like when you're listening to the song, like what's wrong about it? Is it too empty in certain bits? Like
Empty, very blocky. Like the ad libs are all over the place, bro. Not even all over the place. It's like in one ad lib, the ad lib is maybe even too high, and every time I'm hearing myself on the ad-libs, I'm doing something completely different. Like I'm doing too much on the I don't know.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Why?
Alright, so so one, like, you think there's, what was the first point?
That is like not full.
Okay, well,
It's missing something, like missing gaps, or I don't know. And then, I have to know what you're doing right now. I'm gonna start tweaking out. Because you're like, I feel like I'm doing therapy right now, bro. I said you took a book out, bare question.
I'm just writing down what you feel like the song is missing.
Gonna stop putting a light in my face.
So that we'll swap in a second, right? And then I'll just go through each, trying to solve each of these things, and like you can kind of see like what I would do to try and fix a song that doesn't sound not full. That sounds like it's missing something.
There's one other thing that I was looking at. At the beginning, the ad-libs are high-pitched, and that cool high pitch that we found. But I want to introduce that as a shock to whoever is listening.
Okay.
So if it's being used so much at the beginning, it just normalizes it. Do you know what I mean? Obviously it sounds cold, but that beginning part, maybe the high pitch shouldn't be in the beginning part, just my normal vocals, and then with the main normal vocals, then with the nice ad-lib mixed together, that's when the high pitch can come in, and then it's like, damn, oh, that sounds cold.
So you'd
Do you know what I mean?
You'd rather have the,
as a shock to the viewers,
the high bit at like the peak of the song.
Yeah, like right when I'm like, I've been wondering for the last time shotgun.
Cool. Anything else?
Just work your magic, man.
Okay, cool. So before like I even start,
You wanna listen to it?
let's swap seats. Yeah, we can listen to it one more time.
I'm excited, bro. This is like Kung Fu Panda and the guys like the secret scroll, bro.
You look at the scroll, it's just you, but you don't know what to do
Exactly,
with it.
bro.
That's actually a good analogy. So we'll listen to it one more time. But before we get started, like we literally do have not much here. Like,
So should I record a bit more? I can record more.
Ideally,
I can record.
you could record more.
Yeah. After all this, bro, I'll send it to you, my friend. Don't worry.
But we're gonna stretch it as much as we can to see what we can do, basically.
Okay.
Right, let's have a listen.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She
So
wants
you
to
want us to
stay
start like
close,
this?
I don't kiss and tell.
This is too hard. You know, there's like this that high, that was low.
Hearing your voice,
And high, this is
get
high.
out of my head.
This is the one that was, I think it was high. And then there's
She
also
wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know you wonder about what I said. Hearing your voices, I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the table and you've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need a roll the dice. 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 I've been alone, baby.
I mean, you could have the shortest verse in the world and kind of just get back to the hook.
Yeah, but you see this little how it starts off. Do you think it's too aggressive?
With the
Ad-lib. That first starts right here.
this one.
Like listen, put it right. maybe.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see
Okay, it
cry.
sounded way better now. I don't know why. Maybe from the slow start, it's just a strong. It's aggressive. It's an aggressive start, but I don't know.
It is shocking. I mean, one of the points you said. That
Yeah.
You
true,
would like it to
true,
be shocking.
true.
Going off of that thought, then you kind of do want it like
Even
this.
for closer,
Mm.
it also has an aggressive start, and I like that.
Time moves closer.
Yeah.
True. That one does pop out. I mean, if you want to do the same thing, you can do the same thing. Don't want to do the same thing, you don't have to do the same thing. You can do whatever you want.
Gotta see different. If you
Exactly.
man know how many fingers am I holding? 4, 8. You know what I'm talking about. That
Or-
guy was like, how many fingers am I holding? He's crazy, and he shows it to us. It's a
What
film.
is
I
that?
forgot in the film, bro. People know, like, it's about the doctor who basically, I think he even created the rubber on the nose. The rubber on the nose, and it's like just this ball looks like a regular ball, but when you cut it and you put it in your nose, you can brighten someone's day. And he starts talking,
Okay.
bro, and he's like a doctor that like is helping cancer patients. Is the red nose for cancer? You know that red nose people?
I'm actually
It
not
is
sure.
for
It's
cancer.
some charity.
It is for
yeah.
So I think that the film is dedicated to the red nose, like for cancer patients. Like the doctor in the film puts it on, makes them laugh, and he's like basically saying our job isn't just to be doctors and heal people's health, it's to treat the person. And he's like making everyone laugh and stuff, like people that are really depressed that have cancer, they're like upset, and he brightens their day. And it's a sad film, but it's a good film. I'll find the name of it. I can find it right now.
Okay, yeah, go on. So just gonna shuffle some things about.
Patch Adams.
Myself.
The whole film is nice.
So right now it takes 40 seconds for lyrics to kick in.
That's a long time. Bro, they're gonna come off the song, bro. People have low attention span.
Yeah, and I doubt this is what you actually intended as well. So let's just listen to the beat. Do we want to bring these vocals back, right, to the start, or do you just want to shift the whole?
What, and make the actual tracks more?
Just change really the start. So let's just say we did it like this.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself.
So do you want it on the beat drop, or did you actually want
I've been alone.
like what bit of the beat should these lyrics start, basically?
The reason why I put it there was because it went best with that part of the beat. But if we move it forward and play it again, I mean, I don't know why that wouldn't work.
So in that case, if you wanted it to start there, then you could probably shift this bit in forward, and then this doesn't always work, but
I've been alone, baby.
I mean in this case it does kind of work. So you can just start chopping up the beat yourself. So
That adlib starts so strong. I don't know. Does it sound
I've
right?
been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to.
it is a bit.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see cause I don't. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see cause.
So maybe a bit quieter. And as you can see, the more stuff you have going on, the more you have to remember.
I hate it. I always make the adlib sound cooler than the main.
I mean that's true, bro. It's like what we were saying earlier about songs. They're just gonna be ad libs.
Yeah, bro. Because the
No.
adlib is crazy, bro.
No lyrics.
Bro, it's actually happening.
It's true. Just give it a
Same
second.
like Carti, bro. He's literally just doing adlibs, bro.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see
Carti's going
us,
crazy.
don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, so don't kiss and tell. I know you wonder about what I said. And then the voices get. I've been wondering in your head for the last.
Spotted something.
Mm. Yeah.
Right here. I don't say the lyric, bro.
You do it. Yeah, that is true.
About what I said.
I deleted something that was part of that.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
That was that lyric. I remember saying it to you. Oh no, I'm an idiot, bro. Scroll down and see if it's there already.
I'm gonna try it. Okay, so that's that one. And then what's the next one?
It'd literally be the next one after that.
Not that one. Are these the same?
That one is the one that you just throw it out was the same as these.
All right.
Can I hear what that end part was? The exact same one.
Because the one straight after, bro, is this one.
Can you just play that on its own?
Wait.
You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my
I think it's the exact
secrets,
same.
I don't kiss and tell. I know you wondering.
Oh, it might be a different take of the same one. It looks like it. I mean, those are literally the ones back to back.
There was basically one little one that was just finishing that. Would it be gone or would it be in here?
Yeah, if it's a little one, you did it at the end, like maybe it's somewhere here.
Play that.
Let's see.
Thanks to you running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice.
Should I go through and actually do it? I can go through and look.
Listen to them one by one.
Yeah. Not one by one, just from where this one was recorded.
Okay, so this one.
Is it really high up?
This one's this one.
You've been alone, baby, all by
It's that one,
yourself.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you can. It's like somewhere
So
around.
I need to stop focusing, man. Should I stop the recording?
No, you can keep it on. So they can see if you find it or not.
I think I found it. I literally
Okay.
pressed the first one. That was lucky, bro. That was the first one. What track is main is on 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd put this back on 3.
I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering.
That is literally the one, bro. Oh, what? Was that lucky?
Nah,
Bro,
it
first
was-
one I clicked, you know.
I mean, sometimes you just have to problem solve like that. Like you do something and you just gotta figure out, you know, if you can retrieve the situation or not. So this one. This one.
He slowly drank from this large glass of water. I remember I wrote like a story in English. I thought it was so cold. I think I said something like, he slowly drank from his cold glass of water or something like that. But like, I was hella young, and I thought it sounded so poetic, bro. I was like, I'm a writer, bro. I'm a writer.
I mean, you did end up becoming a writer, so.
Yo, tell my English teacher she needs to redo that test, bro. Now I'm joking. I don't know if you remember this teacher. She was really young, and it was obvious they were giving her a chance or something. She was an English teacher, and she had glasses. She was young. She had blonde hair. And
was she fat?
No.
Okay. What is that, Miss Gorman?
Maybe.
Miss Gorman.
And I remember the only thing I remember from her saying is how she loved coffee, bro. She loved coffee, and because she was English teacher, she was obviously had to do extra, with her words. So she went like, coffee is a golden hot pause. I was about to say something crazy.
It's a hot golden liquid.
It's like golden
syrup. Like
yeah, bro.
Something like
golden
that.
syrup, something crazy.
Yeah.
She was obsessed over coffee. She said she'd have coffee again and again.
All the time.
Yeah, man. It was funny. I remember. She hated me, bro. What teacher liked me, bro? Even my music teacher ended up kind of deep in like, this guy's annoying. But she still liked me as well. But
yeah, I mean, you were good on piano, bro.
Yeah, then the rest, bro. Damn, I was crazy.
And then the rest, bro, you were
wow,
hard to manage, bro. Yeah.
Crazy.
Imagine being a teacher and having to deal with that, bro, all day.
That was too much.
Boy,
it was you as well. You made me laugh, bro. Every time I get in trouble with your face, bro, I can see that you're trying to keep it straight. And then I would also like want to see if you're looking at me, and then you look at me and it'd be gay, bro. Bro, those days are so funny. In RE, oh my, bro. In science and RE, actually, it was bad.
But
now look, we're millionaires. No.
Pending millionaires. So I just cut out. They were overlapping in it. So, but for this second half, I assume that we want the one that you just found now. So it sounds like.
Know you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head.
Perfect. So
Cool.
that's the best solution. Problem solved.
Now we can just clean it up a little bit. See
You
this
thought I
one.
was gonna be there for a minute looking.
I mean, you could have been, but you found it. And then this one, they slightly overlap here. But in this case, it's like,
It's not too bad.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not
it
too
sounded
deep.
very nice. Like, it didn't sound.
Yeah,
sound
they're
cool.
not clashing too much, so you don't really have to do that.
There's definitely been a song before where you had to do this for my lyrics and just had a headache because I clash with all, bro. I love my voice over my voice.
Yeah,
I like
you
doing
do
that,
like layering them.
but it's not good.
Nah, I mean, like, if when you're recording it, you do it clean, you do, okay, this is my main take, the second one, the third one, but when you do it in, like, you just keep doing them until, like, you feel like you have one, then it's hard to sort through that when you're mixing.
Now I'm gonna proper adlibs 10 or something, insert 10, maybe not 10, it would probably be like 5.
Whatever one. I mean, when you have a project like this that keeps growing, then
Damn, I wonder what Hello World was.
I mean, we'll have a look. We can take a look right now. Take a quick
I
break.
really need a monitor. I need the trades on the monitor, and I need to be doing this on my other laptop, and then marketing on my other laptop. No, I'm not doing that.
Or you decided you don't want to anyway.
Basically, I told Youth about it, and Youth is very interested. But like, look at this guy, bro. He just banged 6 months of work, or even more.
I mean, to do that with the marketing, like
You don't need to. If it's to do with money, just stick to trading. Like, why are you gonna do?
it's true.
Why are you gonna do something that it's bad? It's not good for your seat. It's not good to see. What are you doing right now? Or is
This is Hello World,
Oh,
so we can have
oh my,
a quick look. There's some stuff missing here.
oh my.
Okay, auto tune is missing, but it's like you can see here.
How long did this take?
I mean, probably actually not that long, like a couple hours, but you know, I just like to sit down and do them in one sitting, so a good few hours in one go. And you see, like, this is automation just on the beat alone. That's what causes it to sound like this, because normally it sounds like this. All the effects is still like, yeah. It's this one's crazy. Let me just duplicate.
Wait, why did it sound like that?
Because all the effects are on right now. That's why. So if I make this one unique, and then now we listen. And I think if I
wow, you worked hard on this, man.
if we stretch it out. Oh, why?
Look at your laptop's tweaking because of
This is what it sounds like normally.
this. This is actually so good.
Right? And so from that we went to this.
Bro, oh my days.
Yeah, that one was crazy. And there was even like a little
Can I see
switcher.
the inserts? That's what I wanted to see.
Oh, right. If we look here, this is kind of like,
Whoa, that's a lot of inserts.
let me just, some plugins are missing, but
My God.
this was supposed to be like a little instrumental switch up, but
Bro, that sounds
but
crazy.
that's not,
Wait, so track 11, 12, and 13 was supposed to be something different, and you just didn't do it?
nah, I was just talking about this pattern here. Like this was supposed to be something different,
okay.
but when I'm like numbering them or whatever, I don't like strictly go to like 10, 15, whatever. I just go to the next available space, wherever that is, really. But that's how, you know, the projects can get. I think this is the one that we want.
I wonder what I would have come up with if you told me to jump on this. I don't even know, bro.
True.
That would have been crazy, bro.
Yeah, like how do you even approach a beat like that, man?
Literally. And bro, Cloud did so well, man.
100%.
She didn't even make music too much, and she did that as well. That's
Exactly.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see.
Cool. So what was it that we were actually doing? Right. So this one here, what's this? We can just put this one in here. They might be going into the same insert right now. 18, 18, 10, 10. No, they're not. It's just these two. So, what does this one sound like?
So we are keeping the high pitched on that beginning part.
This one.
On the bottom.
If you want, if you don't want it there, it doesn't have to be there.
Just want to see what it reminds me. I don't want to change it, but it sounds ass.
Okay, so for that bit, I think we're gonna make a new automation clip.
That was a good ad-lib, bro. That kind of just came out of nowhere, and I was going to delete it, and I remember you were like, ooh, keep that.
I mean, yeah, it was a good ad-lib. Change.
When I post something on Discord, you're going to be like, let's see if he's listened. Let's see. You're going to, you have to put the grade.
Oh, okay.
You have to put grades for all of my vocal. What is this even called?
Mixing.
Vocal mixing, or just mixing? Just mixing.
Yeah, you can just say mixing.
And then one day I'm even gonna make a beat. What?
I mean, you literally used to make beats, so
Yeah, well.
it's not
And
far
the thing is,
fetched.
I was playing around with the piano,
Mm.
and when you make something
Mm.
on the piano, when you do it and you start from scratch,
Mm.
it just sounds crazy.
Mm.
Bro, I was making it some crazy, like,
Melodies.
bro, yeah. And I even did a little song a little bit, but I would not remember them now. And don't know.
I mean, I do that sometimes, but it is hard for me to consistently make good melodies from scratch. Like, most of the time I do it, it's like arse, so we do kind of need something like that.
Well, you do need a melody maker.
Yeah, melody maker, just to whip up the thing right there and then.
Because I was listening to Gunna,
Mm.
and I also like copied like a melody he was doing on the piano, and it sounded really good. And I was just doing it by sound,
Mm.
and I should have just like, I don't know. I need to write all the notes on my piano because I do it all by sound. But
I mean,
if I record it, I don't need to do nothing.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I do it by sound and just visually what the notes look like. So just record that in the MIDI and then just edit it afterwards to like whatever. you
Alright, I'll
need
keep
to do.
practicing.
Can you hear what's different about the ad-libs right now. What's different?
There's the echo is nicer, like I'm guessing because of the gaps that you're making, it just sounds way clearer. Like you can just hear my voice instead of everything messy.
That is one thing, but that's not the main thing that's changed.
And it's going up and down.
In what way? Okay. Basically, right, I've set an automation clip to pan it from left and right. So it's just going from left to right.
For me, it's going up and down.
Obviously, like, the better the sound
My ears
system.
are bugging.
Nah, I mean, the better the sound system, the more obvious it will be, like, it's panning back.
I was only looking at this and I didn't realize what this thing was.
Okay, now you know.
I didn't. Oh God, you're gonna think I was saying up and down because of this.
Oh God, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. I thought you were just making gaps and it sounded better because you were doing that.
So, I think that some of the effects don't really sound like great on this ad-lib, so we're just gonna have a listen. Let's just turn everything off.
I've been all by myself. I've been all by myself. I've been all by myself. And she don't kiss and tell. I've been all by myself. And she don't kiss and tell. Get out my head. Thinking about what you said.
Ooh.
I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and tell. Get out my head. I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and tell.
Oh shit. That's like putting a song on the brain.
Thinking about what you said.
I'm in your mind. Going left and right.
She don't kiss and tell. Get out my head.
If I could like just create this music video in my head, it'd be like a camera going into just some girl's ear and me walking around like just stressing out. That'd be cold.
Let's say maybe 1/2. So I want to add some delay here as well.
I've been all by myself.
For the delay, maybe like a ping pong.
Dog, this is wow. You're like cooking right now, bro.
I mean, that's what the point
This
it
video
gets to.
took like an hour and you just
I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and tell. Get out my head. Thinking about what you said. I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and
you to a regular person that wants to start doing this, you just messed up their whole career, bro. You just, like they just like now they're really clicking off the video because they're like, damn man, I can't do all that. I can do all that. That's crazy.
I mean, now you're starting to see like how crazy you can get with it.
I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and tell. Get out my head. Thinking about what you said. I've been all by myself. She don't kiss and tell. Get out my head. Thinking about what you said. I've been all by myself. She
that's panning left and right. And then what's this one? True. We can do it after this. Okay, so this one we can really just leave. I'm just gonna remove these from the start.
She wants to see cause I don't. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see cause I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said.
We're gonna go crazy with the automation a bit.
Okay.
We'll make it turn on as the adlibs going on.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see cause
We probably want it a little more.
That was good.
alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see cause I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said.
So it eases in a little more
Way
natural.
nice. Oh my days! You can. There's every bro. You can.
Yeah,
There's
if you
never
can,
a
if you
problem,
can think,
bro.
yeah, if you can think of it, you can just do it.
alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us, I don't kiss and tell.
And like you could spend years on one song if you really wanted to keep going into the details.
Alone, baby, all by myself.
Gonna start driving people insane.
Alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to see us, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head.
So on these, if you want, we could go like left and right on
100% on those high pitch auto tune. Yeah, 100%.
Cool, so we put this down. And what's this one? 10. So what's the also? Maybe I'll do something like that.
If you can do this, you can do anything, bro. You can be trading and everything, bro. This is some mad tech stuff, bro. I feel like I'm learning a whole new skill. This is good.
I mean,
This is the type of skill I want to learn, bro.
Yeah, literally music, bro. You've got one functional skill, one creative skill.
Yo, bro. Don't go to school. Nah, joking.
Go to school, but learn even more. Learn even more.
That's exactly what Anton said. He said, like,
Literally. Once you're done with school, there's still more,
Exactly.
way more you need to flip and learn. You just gotta seek it out, man. Okay.
imagine it's like we learn everything, get to the top, and then like, bro, your kids like, I never went to school. He's like, what? He's like, how? And you just know the kid knows how to do everything, bro.
Literally. I mean, like when you think about it, if you're a parent, like your kids, a lot of their time, they're spending being taught and influenced by people that aren't you.
Random guy that doesn't want to fucking do it because he's there upset. He's making no bread. Making no bread. He doesn't want to listen to your kid there crying about something. He doesn't care, bro.
Yeah.
Then no, big respect to those teachers out there that are like very like
That try,
that really want to like
that are
educate the
genuine.
kid and help the future. But bro, it's
not
rare,
easy, bro. It's not
rare.
easy.
They don't give a damn, bro.
They're not getting paid enough to care.
No, they don't, bro. And it's just like private school or something. There's definitely been a time where it's like private school, and the kid, like, it's my favorite teacher, and like, as a gift, they just, here, let's have something nice, and the dad's bare up, he just gives the private school teacher bare money or something. Are they even allowed to do that? That's bribery. They can't.
No. There's probably somewhere you're allowed to
Yeah. Give a tip.
like donate.
No, bro, I'd take, if I was a teacher, I'd take that straight away. Thank you
100.
very much. Bribery? No.
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Not that I know of, bro.
Have you seen the video of the Indian guy where he's like by a massage place where it's like, uncle, you can't be going in there, and he's like, oh, it's not good, and then he's like, oh, sometimes it's
Sometimes it's okay.
Have you seen that one?
Bro, you thought it was a massage place. It's not
A massage place.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can be saying that
Yeah,
on the video.
Sometimes it's okay. It's not good, but sometimes it's okay. That's how the teacher would be, bro. It's not good, but sometimes it's okay.
Literally. Toni here. What do we have?
Baby, all by myself. She wants to see us, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing you.
Cool, so I made another automation clip. Click on this one. Change color.
Bro, I could have made this song crazy. Why didn't I think?
But that's the thing, like when I go into making a song recording, I'm already thinking about like
Everything.
how it's gonna sound when it's finished.
Yeah, that's what I never thought of that. Now you're
So-
messing me up.
At least now going
Now I
into
know.
recording, it's like
I know, yeah. It has to be done. Everything has main, then ad-libs, very clearly, clean, everything.
but
As
not
clean
even
as
that.
possible, bro,
When you're
'cause-
recording as well, you're gonna be thinking about the structure of the song.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, okay, my verse is gonna be there, my hook is gonna be there. I'll just copy and paste this bit, blah blah blah, boom.
You know that's when I start overthinking and I can't focus on one thing. That's why when you're like, do whatever, and then we'll sort it out. But all I need to do is just think, okay, let me just focus on this one part, and then if I find something else, perfect. But I need to make the part of the song that's gonna repeat itself twice, and that's where I bug out because it has to be the best part.
That's true. That's true. Now going into it, like I need something that's like a hook. I need something that's like a verse, and that's like the bare minimum that you need.
Baby, who by myself? She wants to see us, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been Baby, who by myself? She wants to see us, so don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voice, get out of my head. Get out of my head. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
What's this on track number 10?
Yeah,
Track number 10.
Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voice, get out of my head.
Cool. So on this one, we're gonna do something like. Put this on. And go to like 50. Oops. So on this last one, we're gonna switch it up slightly. It's gonna start on one side of the ear and then go into the middle, not all the way back to the other ear.
Start making people's head twist. Like, who was that?
Out of my head.
They're taking off their headphones. Like,
Sorry? No one's in their room.
Out of my head.
okay, turn these ones back on.
Out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of here.
So I'd probably make these these ones a little more quiet.
Out of my head, you've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, so don't kiss and tell. Know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last.
What? Yeah, that's a crazy. Bro, what the hell did you do, bro?
I mean, not much yet.
All by yourself, she wants my secrets, so don't kiss and tell. Know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and you've gone blind. Things are you running out of options, need a road. All by yourself, she wants my secrets. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun.
Oh, that's a good one to mute the beat, and then it's like, wait.
I've been wondering out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the
Like something like that, like, you know, something like that.
Yeah,
something
bro.
like that.
How did you call that?
Bro, it's like, bro, when you hear an adlib, like a strong adlib like that around the drop, you're like, okay, cut the beat.
I've been wondering.
Okay, we'll remember that.
I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and you've gone blind. Things are you running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and you've head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and you've gone blind. Things are you running out of options.
Sipping on Bacardi. I just hope that you really got me.
Yo, man, damn, bro. I'm never ever finishing.
You make my heart fold like it's origami.
No, no, you're gonna, bruh. Yo, nah, this is annoying, bro.
She made my heart fold like it's origami.
Yo, that's a fucking bar. No, I need to chill. That's a bar, though. That's a bar. Bro, that's a bar, bro.
Oh, with the 808, that would go crazy, man. Are you trying to record that? You trying to record that?
Wait, actually did us.
Yeah. Your voice is sounding good right now, I can't lie.
But I need more than that.
Okay, wait. Alright, so something like heart fold like it's origami. I hope that you really got me. Like two more bars, that's perfect.
And you've gone blind. Things are you running out of options. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Need a roll of dice. Things are you running out of.
I hope that you really got me. Sorry.
I tried. Just know that I'm sorry.
Oh, shut up, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Papa, just like I got me. I hope that you really got me. I'm really sorry.
It's just what I'm like. No, that I'm sorry. Something like something. Sorry, something.
Bacardi.
Sorry.
Cardi.
Nah, you can't go Bacardi.
I know. I'm just saying words that would match.
Bacardi, Cardi.
Yes, sir. Like she's in the army. She had a shotgun. Like she was in the army.
She made my heart fold like it's origami. I hope that it makes more sense. That one makes more sense.
A shotgun. Like she had a shotgun. Like she was in the army. No.
She made my heart fold like it's origami. I hope that she really got me.
I've gone blind, feels a year running out of options. Need all the dice, need all the dice, need all the dice.
No, now we're gonna mess up our head, bro. Should I record this?
Yeah.
Should I record this? Should I record this now?
Yeah, you can record it now.
Okay. We're doing it now. Because you told me you were cutting at 8 and it's 8.
I mean, it's Friday. It's Friday, so I can stay longer. I can stay longer. I need to record. Alright, so.
Just like that, we recorded that fast, bro.
Yeah, it's literally been 1 second.
Bro, I actually need to work on just saying one bar and that's it. You can edit that out. It was in 1 second, bro. It was 1 second, guys.
So that's just some random thing. Okay, let's just start the beginning.
Red-handed, he caught me.
I could have done it so much more emo.
That's all we need.
Red-handed, he caught me.
There's a song, bro, that you're making me think of.
Heart froze, just origami. You know, they really got me. Just so you know, I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, he caught me.
Should have I done it like that?
Yeah, a little more emo. I think, is it this one? Well, I think it's because of wait, save this real quick.
Bro, I'll record it how I just did it right now. Was that long?
It's kind of long. Just save it, bro. There's a whole album to go in it. So every song,
I need to get better every song.
yeah, every song should be better than the last. What's my new background? That's an interesting one.
Outer Subaru?
It
looks like it was an
It
airplane.
looks like that. It looks like that. Some boat.
That's
in there.
cold.
Boys night sound.
This guy's verse.
I got my hand in my pocket, so I'm not out of pocket. Keep it locked, so I can't even lock it. I'm tight on my market, so I'll go buy some markets. I'm a block, so you no longer talk to me. Baby, I never wanna be speak. You can't compete, it's a
Boys night sound.
the trip. You can't go with. I'm sorry, just membership. Remember that. Last summer.
That last bit.
Cold. that picture wasn't edited, that's wild.
I mean, it probably isn't.
That's
Like
crazy.
no major editing.
No mad stuff.
Just like some filter in it.
Imagine now everything's gone.
Nah, still. Yeah.
Every time I do something, that happens. I might need to go. That was the weirdest thing ever.
What?
I opened the door really hard by accident.
Mhm.
Samia's face was right at the door, and she went like that and weaved it like
She
clean.
dodged it.
Yeah.
Alright, man.
You know those dogs that like herd sheeps and cows, bro, and the cows are kicking, and the dog starts dodging the cow's kicks, bro. Have you seen that? It's crazy.
I haven't
No,
seen it.
they're crazy, bro. Dogs can box, bro.
I mean, they did used to be wolves, so.
True. Damn, so you swing at a wolf and it dodges, I'm dead. I'd be finished. Oh,
It's a game, bro.
it's game. That one swing, and it looks at you like, come on, man. You know you're bad.
Man. Get your
She my heart for just like work on me. I hope they really got me, just so you know. She knows they really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Stretch that out, it's been cut.
Okay. And then this one. James Cole.
She made my heart froze. But let me see, play it. Would that even go with it? If I sing it higher and more powerfully?
I mean, I don't know. It could. It might not. But like the phase you're in right now, like you've recorded it twice
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
You could do this
Chill. I'll
for
stay
100
for
days.
5
Like
days,
yeah,
bro,
yeah. Like you know, just work on it on the
stay.
next one. On the next one, just remember what you've learned.
Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Bro, the story of the song is insane. I really want this to be a music video, bro. I wish I could do music videos for all my songs.
And the lie, it's fun, bro. You literally just made a whole story. Like this could be a movie, bro.
Yeah, you caught me.
Or maybe me dead. Like
Oh yeah, true. Whichever one you want, we
You
can
know what
figure.
would be crazy?
Mm.
If it was like she never actually met me before. She was just some crazy woman. And she started tweaking about me and came and killed me in my room, and the feds arrested her. And it was all her head.
Oh,
Or
okay.
you count me, I'm dead. And then you look back at me, like everything happens. She gets arrested. You look back at me and I'm dead. But then I go, smile, bro, at the end.
Oh, what
I'm
you
dead.
faked your own death,
Some scary smile, like Michael Jackson's scary.
like the
thing.
Thriller from the end of the Thriller
Yeah,
music video.
smile. Add that laugh. Oh, that's so cold.
Oh,
Okay,
bro,
maybe
you know
the
what
gun
you
there
can.
is better, bro.
You know what you can do as well. If like
A scream.
if I shift M, you can slow down the shot.
Oh.
That might not be better. Like I don't know, but you know you can keep playing with that as well.
And I'm there like,
Like the Scarface.
bro, nah, there's so much we can do with this, bro. I could literally reenact that, bro, and everyone would be like, yo, this nigga's doing the Scarface, bro. Yeah, he got me, and then I like fall into something, bro. That's funny as hell, bro. I wish, bro.
That I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Let's see which one.
Red-handed, yeah, you caught
Okay, we're just gonna keep the first one. Let's see what we can.
So is this long enough now? It actually no, it's not, but it is.
We have enough for like a short song. This stuff at the bottom here, alright, these are the adlibs, so we probably want these at least to start on 10. Change the color.
Yeah, you gotta change the color.
Cool, and then boom, boom.
Just need her to dance, need her to dance. Yeah, she know it's hard for, just like her got me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught.
Okay, that's one
Okay,
of them.
that's
We can work with that.
crazy.
Let's see what the others are saying.
Just need her to dance, need her to dance. Yeah, she know it's hard for, just like her got me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught.
Nothing different. Then the high one is at the end, so I'm trying to listen to that.
This one here was like really good.
Hard for, just like her got me.
Like if you kept doing that, like that one,
Really
that melody there is crazy.
What's
But
that?
let's see the next one.
It's gonna be interesting. You didn't normalize.
There we go.
I'm looking.
She know it's hard for,
Sometimes it's okay.
she know it's hard for, just like her got me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know. She know,
Not too much. Not too much.
she know it's hard for, just like her got me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
How can you hear it, bro? I can't hear the adlibs well. My ears are
Alright.
bugging, maybe.
She know it's hard.
They are kind of quiet.
Yeah, you got me. You killed me.
Okay, let's just start. Okay, which ones do you want to be the main adlibs? So are these gonna be the main adlibs, or is this one gonna be?
When you say main, it's gonna be louder than the others.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
so
which one's gonna be
now,
the loudest?
obviously, the high pitched ones are crazy. You know, they're the ones that are like, whoa. You know, everyone, yeah, whoa, high ones. But realistically, if the high ones are the main, they're just gonna completely block out the nice ones that I did low. So really, the smart thing would be lows are the main and high keep it as the background. No, that was bare Spanish. Why do we always go no?
I mean, if that's how you're feeling, then
I'm not feeling. That's just what feels right.
if that's how you're feeling, then
Okay.
that's the right thing to do. So
Now then you go crazy and put the fucking screaming ones and high pitched, but really the nice low ones.
the bottom ones here, so these ones are gonna be the main ones, right? Because these ones are the low ones, and then these ones are on the bottom. Put these ones here. What's this? 18. Let's put these ones on the same. Cool. And then we'll just copy the back and forth.
Yeah. Origami, just like origami.
Nah, I was about to say something crazy with this recording. The tsunami bar. Man, if I was up, I'd use that bar.
Yeah, like when you're up like that, no one can tell you nothing.
Even
bro.
they will laugh if I say that. They will laugh. They'll just be like, damn, this guy's crazy. But he's up, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Need all the dance, she know it's hard for, just like work on me.
Would you say turn adlibs up in general? Or are you gonna put the headphones in and see?
Yeah, you can put
Okay,
headphones in like this.
All the dance, need all the dance, she know it's hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Yeah, she know it's hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Yeah, she know it's hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know. I'm hard for, just like work on me. I'm hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Damn, I just deeped how annoying I am if you do a whole mix and I'm like, oh, can you change this?
Yeah, I got. It is long.
Long.
It is long.
Wow, punch. But I'm surprised you haven't swung at me one time. I think you've changed something for me 3 times, bro.
On closer.
Yeah. Damn, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know, bro.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, in those instances,
I actually didn't know.
like the people you work with, they don't know how
Much.
long it's going to be to do that thing.
Bro.
Like, in
Like,
their
all I
mind,
think, yeah, because bro, it's cause the way you do it, bro. If I was like getting my like
no, because it is a simple thing to do, but like a simple thing to do can take
ages, bro.
a bit of time to complete.
The
But-
reason,
But yeah, you know,
the
sometimes.
reason why I wasn't more, you know, about it
I'm hard for,
was because you make it look easy, bro.
Yeah.
I said
yeah.
that I come, bro. We literally go studio, then the next day we be in the studio till like midnight, one in the morning, 2 in the morning, and then next day, yeah, it's on Discord at 8 in the morning or something like that.
Market open.
Yeah, that's literally been my life recently. Check Discord, market open, big screen, have the trading going on. Then I start recording, bro. That's my life. I do not want anything else.
That's how it should be. That's how it should
Oh
be.
my
I'm hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Hard for,
Gotta clean up these adlibs a bit.
hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Yeah, you caught me. Yeah, you caught me. All the dance, yeah, she know it's hard for, just like work on me. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Let's clean up this.
She had a shotgun like she was in the army. Blood everywhere, like a blood tsunami.
Blood everywhere. It's a red tsunami.
Whoa, shut up. Blood everywhere, it's a red tsunami. Had a shotgun like she was in the army.
She had a shotgun.
Running out of options, need all the dice, need all the dice. She not hard for, just like Erica. She not hard for, she not hard for, just like need all the dice.
Cool, so there's a bit of overlap here, which makes the vocal sound unclear.
I said that was gonna be.
So, I mean, we can just mute.
She not hard for,
Yeah. A star.
she not hard for.
It depends how much you want this to be heard, really.
Let me hear. Let me hear. She not hard.
You roll the dice. It's getting cut off. I don't mind.
She not hard for.
You can hear it in the
I
adlibs.
just need all the dice.
You can say it
Need
already.
all the dice. She not hard for.
Okay,
I already say roll the dice.
let me try and increase the fade.
Need all the dice. She not
Nah, that might be too far back.
need all the dice.
Oh wait, do we even want this?
Need all
Do you want that?
It was an air breath breathing.
Okay, so you don't want
need all the dice. She not hard for. Just like Erica. I heard.
That sounds
Need
cool
all
with the
the
adlibs.
dice. She not hard for. Just like Erica. I heard they really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. Need all the dice. She need my heart for. Just like Erica. I heard they really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
Woo! That's it right there. Oh.
Alright.
They're different greens.
That's fine. You don't have to be so exact.
Mr. Clean.
Yeah, sometimes you can just let it go a little bit.
Living alone.
So this is gonna be the hook. So like, where do you actually want these? Because we can actually we can put these back.
We want to do 2 or 1? I think 2 is too much.
Where do you want to do the one?
Right after, like that drop beat. Remember the gap.
Oh right.
Oh, okay. The gap is already good enough for that part. So the shotgun can be at the end.
I'm trying to think.
She need my heart.
It was there.
She need my heart for. Just like Erica.
Around here. Or
What? The original one. The original.
wherever you want to put it now.
What, the shotgun?
Yeah, the shotgun.
Oh,
Where do you wanna put
what I
it
was
now?
saying is because the gap is gonna be there.
Mhm.
The shotgun can be there, so it's not too much stuff going
Oh,
on.
okay.
That, right there.
This one's gonna have to be.
That is good. That is good, isn't it? The little shotgun.
And then how are we gonna drop back into the hook?
Oh, with the shotgun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then the
Because
shotgun.
right now the song.
I thought the shotgun was at the end. I thought that was it. You know. I thought that was it.
The song is 1 minute 20. Right now.
Okay, now I'm tweaking. The shotgun can be when I'm talking about the shotgun, or where it was. I forgot where it was. Play like around here.
Around here.
Yeah.
In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and you've gone blind.
So basically, because the beats changed,
Mm-hmm.
when I did say shotgun,
Mm-hmm.
shotgun, it was gonna be like that.
Mm-hmm.
It could be right there. Shotgun. I don't know.
Let's see.
Head for the last time, head for the last time, shotgun.
But no.
Head for the last time, shotgun.
You don't even hear it.
When you've gone blind, things that you're head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple when you've gone blind, things head for the last time, shotgun. Head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple when you've gone blind, things that you're running out.
You feeling it, though?
But literally, nigga, like it's. I think it might be perfect because, bro, the beat where you say you're gonna cut the beat.
Mm-hmm.
I think it.
Head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple.
Like, do the cut beat thing.
Let's see what we're feeling.
In your head for the last time,
Like, it was
shotgun.
literally right there where you started. Go back a bit.
Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun. To the tip.
Okay, let's try something like that. Might be
Hearing my voice
Too
can't
much.
get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun. To the
Actually, no, we can actually maybe make it longer.
My voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple when you've gone blind.
Okay. We can work. Trust me, we can work with this. We'll work with this.
Is it not too much?
It's okay.
Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun.
Nah, it doesn't work.
Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple when you've gone blind. Things that you're
Yeah, might have to do it like that.
Because you know in your heart you feel the drop beat and there's no drop beat, it pains you. Maybe we need to make them soft.
See, bro. See what you said just there.
Yeah.
Remember way back earlier when I was
You were
saying
saying
that when people
naturally.
sing, they naturally
You
like
were
want to go
waiting
to
for
like
it, bro.
8 and 16
We can
bars.
fuck with them, we can mess their head up.
No, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you don't want. Nah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
This shit's ass, bro.
Because if you force it, it's like when you have a trolley and one of the wheels is just dead.
Oh, yeah.
You're just gonna feel it.
No, that's horrible, bro. That's like actual torture, bro.
Yeah.
You just tweaked me out with that trolley thing. Dog. Nah, I would dash that trolley, bro. Yeah.
So you don't want to force it if you don't want to have to do it. All right, maybe can we do anything with the little?
wondering. In your head for the last time. Wondering. In your head for the last time, shotgun.
Nah, you can't hear it, bro. I think put 2 gun sounds.
Like,
One with the and then right at the end with the
do we want to do 2 though?
Yeah, it's too much.
Head for the last time, shot.
Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay.
Maybe. Let me try this.
Head for the last time. Head for the last time, shotgun. To the temple.
Something like that.
Head for the last time, shotgun. To the
That's
Bro,
more.
you did it clean. Hi. Yalla.
In your head for the last time, shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options, need a audit.
Okay. So this is gonna be the hook.
I've been alone, but
So after this,
yeah, you caught me. I've been alone.
like something like that. Come back like okay. So we're just gonna copy that bit.
This is wild.
And see like how, you know, we had a beat, but you don't actually have to stick to the beat and it can still sound fine. So we go down.
Yeah, bro. I just deeped with still doing a lesson, bro.
And this is like how far it can go.
Red-handed, yeah, you caught me.
We can just copy all of these over. Double check the timing is all good, yeah. No, keep it there. Put this one in.
Oh, that's crazy. I wish this might be long to edit though.
Mm.
Just show what it looked like when I thought it was finished, and now look what it looks like. You've basically made a mirror with the main and the adlibs. Look at it. It looks like a fish, bro. It looks like a fish and like grass down there, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a fish, bro.
Yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants to secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head.
It's needed. It's needed. It's needed. That shotgun sound is cold.
Okay, let's see how we're gonna end it.
And then it goes back into the reverse. And then the gun sound is.
Where was it?
It's like right at the end of nah, like way forward. I don't know. Way not crazy like.
Oh, yo, on this last one, yeah, I got a good idea. Wait.
It's gonna be a scream.
Nah, not even. We're gonna add reverb.
Oh, my voice gonna go forever.
And like this is where, okay, so this one is gonna go.
I see you running out of options, neither out to die. I feel like editing this video for you.
I mean, this is just a screen recording, but that's good for lectures, you know, like you just raw, straight up screen recording.
Yeah,
The audio setup could be way better.
Yeah,
That's the main thing.
I wish I could. I'm gonna have this. Like this is gonna be my video, bro. The fish is moving, bro. The fish is moving. It turned into a shark.
Dun dun dun. So in this one here, what's that? Copy value.
You know those people that like make a painting or make a like guy or something, and it's all beats, and then the beats they don't actually sound good. It just sounds like you basically did that and made a beat, bro. You did a fish, and you made a beat with it. I'm thinking about the piano thing though.
Oh, making melodies.
Shotgun.
Got this. So this new automation clip I've made is just for the shotgun, and then basically when it turns on, maybe I can make it. It's gonna turn this reverb on, and we can make the reverb more extreme.
I want their head to explode, bro, when they listen to it.
Like in CS:GO, when you hear a shotgun, and
Yeah,
you hear the dink.
You see the bully just.
Like that. We added some reverb right on the end. But I'm thinking there might be a even better type of reverb for this, like Valhalla Room, this one.
Bro, this is why I love when you like name beats, bro. Just from wondering, bro.
Because
Deep it, bro.
it's like the name of the movie, bro, and the name of the film.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
Wondering. And it's like, about the bro.
On the cover.
Yo. That's cold. That's so cold. And it's just like girl with a shotgun on the cover, like holding it. She's like torturing me.
Exactly.
There's a story about her torturing me. This is cold. Okay, nah, I'm really getting excited about this album right now, bro.
Trading Vision.
Oh my. But the thing is, you've had a really good point. But hey, I always jump levels. But you've had a good point. He said, Lewis is calm to make albums. Because he dropped loads of singles, EPs, stuff like that. You're just gonna fucking drop an album out of nowhere.
But
That is a valid point, bro.
it's not like you haven't been making music for time. You've been making stuff, but I feel like for you as well, how long have you been making music? How many EPs and that have you put out? Nothing. Like at this point in your life, you got important stuff to say, and it can be a snapshot of how you feel now.
True.
So then 4 years later, when you make a new album, you can compare it to Trading Vision to see how like you've progressed.
True.
So bun it, bro. Just drop an album.
He was say do singles.
You can do one, like a couple lead singles, right? Drop a 2, max 3, and then drop an album.
True. But I don't have to drop the album straight away.
Yeah, you can do 1, 2, I'd say 2 lead singles max. Maybe a video for each, if you want.
Video.
If you want.
I think we only do videos when like the song's going like crazy. That's what I feel like.
But
like
if you...
deep, bro, Falcon Doors, that went wild. Bro, Falcon Doors, I think is the top one.
I mean, if you have a good idea for the video, then we may as well shoot a video for like Falcon Doors.
I need Youth, a shotgun, and the White Room, but blood, fake blood.
Oh, that would be a good one. That would be, yeah. We should hire a model to be the girl.
Bro, yeah, bro. And then it could be a funny part in the video where I'm trying to like, the camera's on the gun, and it's like in a game you can see this, and I'm trying to do this.
Oh, okay, the POV. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Funny part.
So like when the
Literally,
vision, when
the shotgun part, I can have dodged it or something, or she hit my leg, and I'm crawling away, trying to get away. That'd be crazy. But look, hey, when I make fucking 10 grand next week, we will pay everything.
Like when the vision for a song music video is clear like that, then you gotta shoot something.
So cold.
And I'm trying to find like a type of there's a specific type of reverb I'm looking for here. I know exactly what I want to go for. in CS:GO, yeah, there's this specific map.
I'm gonna do the music video on that map.
YouTube. Tweak.
What?
I typed in UU or something.
Oh.
So if I do
Die.
CS:GO train,
Oh, fucking those music videos are so cold.
there's this map, right? And when you stand in a specific part of the map, the reverb, right? Because you know when you shoot guns
Oh,
in different parts of the map, the reverb is
it's
different. on
really
it.
loud, so
Yeah.
everyone knows that you're there.
It's like this room right there, that room that I was in, the
Yeah.
reverb is like.
Oh, no way!
It's like on the walls and shit because like it's so loud.
That's crazy. That sounds crazy.
Like that's what.
In CS:GO?
Yeah, in CS:GO. But if you listen close, you hear it.
I think I've only played in one map with CS:GO, bro.
The dust map. I'm trying to see. Oh wait, no, the presets here.
What
This is kind
finger
of-
does this fit you on? I don't think it's gonna fit you on any, bro.
No, not really. I mean, this one's a
Really?
calm fit. Yeah, but.
Oh, my pinky is
that's the one.
mad big then.
Yeah, bro.
Why is it that big? Is it stuck now?
Yeah.
You've been chosen, bro.
I don't know.
Imagine now I'm like, I'm sorry. And then you start going, my precious.
It's like Green Lantern.
Oh shit, yeah.
There you go.
You got picked. The ring doesn't want to leave you, bro. It's like, oh my god.
It starts charging up.
Bro, yeah. Nah, that'd be weird, bro. I'd start juicing.
Okay, let's just go through these like one by
Where's
one. This one.
Yes.
There you go. Like this is so extra, but we can go through some of these reverb effects. So let me just attach that. Okay. And then where's the depth and mix? Turn this on.
I can't lie, you were just smooth.
Let's try this one.
They're smooth as hell.
Yeah, way more smooth. Position some bugs. 3.5 for 20. If you're on it, like, if you're.
What you want?
I mean,
That is a good. That is good. That is a good.
if you're trying to smoke a little Z, I don't mind.
Right now.
If you're feeling it,
Bro, then I have to drive you back to yo. Go on off my head.
I can go at like 12.
That's not gonna do anything, bro. It's still me.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna do it now? Nah. This guy's getting like cloudy, bro.
Okay, yeah, maybe
Shit
we
puts
don't
you out
we don't
for
we
the-
don't have we don't have.
I can
time
get it, and then we can have it another time. True, might as well.
Yeah, another time. Okay, this isn't exactly like it is in the game, but this is a really good one.
Look, do you think like this would suit my head?
Nah, bro, that's too messy.
I
I'd keep them way cleaner.
I mean, if you, that's just a messy example. Like if I saw something cleaner, then
That's cold.
that's too
And
messy.
the thing is, mine would be way longer, bro. Anyway, let me chill.
I'm gonna make this even. Make the build up even longer. This extra.
Out of your head.
Cells in Tesla, yeah. Mad.
Out of your head. Out of your head.
No, not that one.
Because that basically is go. I'd be able to fake my own diff very well.
Out of your head. Out of your head. Out of your head.
And you know what? I'm gonna go crazy, put one more reverb. And this one, I'm gonna go vintage verb, vintage verb. This one here.
Out of your head. Out of your head.
Cathedral chambers.
Out of your head.
Nope. Huge spaces. Turn this one down, save, create automation clip.
She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. I've been wondering in your head for the last time. Shotgun to the temple and we've gone blind. Things are yet running out of options. Need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice. She knew my heart fall, just like I got me. I hope they really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you say. Hearing your voice and get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head.
You know, I actually made this song in Vietnam.
That's why you made the hook, the main
I
beat.
was humming it. I was listening to all your beats, and then that's why I know loads of them just got randomly removed when I lost space on my phone. Because I was like, yo, these are all gone, bro. There's so many nice ones, so I have to go back on Discord, bro. Some of the ones I had aren't even on Discord, bro. But they were ages, like, I had them from ages ago. And then I was just like, oh, this sounds crazy, and I was singing in the bathroom, bro. And I just made
Finished
it.
dinner?
Are you hungry?
You want dinner?
Yeah, I have some dinner.
Do you actually?
What is it? What is it?
Ninja Kuka.
Oh. God.
It's
What's
pasta.
There's a recipe.
Pasta. What's the meat?
No meat, just pasta.
He's
you
on a
want meat?
high, strict protein diet.
It's
You
okay. It's
are,
okay.
bro.
It's okay.
No, how? Let me see it.
Saying it came from the vape, bro.
Just need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice. Yeah, she made my heart fall, just like I got me. I hope that you really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I just need to roll the dice, need to roll the dice. Yeah, she made my heart fall, just like I got me. I hope that you really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Heart fall, just like I got me. I hope that you really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and hard fall, just like hard fall, just like I got me. I hope that you really got me. Just so you know that I'm truly sorry. red-handed, yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants hard for, just like origami. I hope that you really got me, just so you know that I'm truly sorry. Red-handed, yeah, you caught me. I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. I know that you're wondering about what I said. Hearing my voice can't get me out of your head. Hard for
That's basically what I wanted to do. I mean, there's more, but I think this
I
is.
told Kitty. I won't say this.
Okay. I mean, that's basically it.
To your songs where you're like,
Mm.
like you kind of did it here.
You literally did it here.
Yeah.
Imagine like the second part,
Mm-hmm.
like you make bears of those, you make it go all crazy. That'd be sick as well. But don't do that.
Yeah.
It's long as hell. I'm just saying, like.
But you
stuff.
see, like, there's so much you can
Yeah,
do
bro.
with the beat.
That's what I mean. You can be working on it for the rest of your life. But I'd say only thing adlibs turned up at the beginning, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's too high. I don't. Maybe it's better. Like when my main comes in, all these adlibs. I'll turn them up just a smidgen.
What, turn these ones up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Some of them.
The ones with the bass vocal at the beginning.
Track.
I've been alone, baby, all by myself. She wants the secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Lately been wondering about what you said. Hearing your voices, get out of my head. You've been alone, baby, all by yourself. She wants my secrets, I don't kiss and tell. Know that you're wondering.
I'm gonna get quicker at it with it, and then I'm gonna be like bare fucking watching you do it, and then I'm gonna start doing it. I'm gonna, bro. Trust me. I've found a way to pick stuff up now. My days. There's a little trick I got.
What's the trick?
It's just me, bro. It's literally hyper focus type shit. All I do, instead of doing what I usually do, which is being in everywhere at the same time. And this might be some mad ADHD thing. I'm not even capping right now, bro. If I sit down and I say to myself, and I keep saying to myself, only this, only this, only this, only this, bro, I've become the genius of it, bro. I'm like, not a genius at it, but a genius for my standards of understanding.
You can just focus on it better.
If I really push myself to understand on one thing, and bro, I'll be there for hours, bro. I'll stay there for days, bro. It's like I'm almost like, it's the same sensation I get when I'm meditating. If you kind of see when you were talking about this, I was kind of all over the place a little bit because I was looking at the trade, this and that. But then as soon as I did look in, bro, I started like doing this because I can feel like the ends of my fingers and shit. Bro, it's such a bro. Yeah, maybe you think I'm bugging.
No, I get what you mean,
bro,
when you lock
weird.
in, bro. When you act like truly lock in.
Like you're really just this
There,
is it.
bro.
Yeah. And I do the same with painful things. So if I'm in pain, or if I'm pushing loads in the gym, I keep going. And what reassures me is that, bro, everything has an end. So this pain will go. I just need to do it. I just need to get to 10. I need to get to 10. Or like something else, like the slapping my leg or something. I don't know what I had it with. Like that. It's gonna. Oh, I know what I had it with.